It's just the two of us.
Okay, Mr.
Hi,
Mitchell.
everybody's here so much.
Thank you for tuning in to the November 16th Charlotte City Council Zoning Committee. I want to call this meeting to order, and tonight's zoning meeting is being held in accordance with the electronic meeting statute. That means that we've given notice and access and minutes through electronic means. We invite anyone to watch this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or the city's YouTube page. I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, can you kick us off for the introductions?
Good evening, everyone. This is Julie Eiselt, Mayor Pro Tem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am speaking. Can you not? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, my headphones didn't work. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Julie Eiselt and serving at large.
Dimple Ashmara at large.
City Councilman James Mitchell, at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
I don't believe Ms. Watlington has joined us yet. She will join us later. So Ms. Johnson?
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Matt Newton, District 5.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Okay, we begin our meeting with an expression of inspiration followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we're going to ask Councilmember Eggleston to give us some words and remarks. These words are intended to solemnize our meetings, and if people wish to join in, that is fine, but we also recognize there are others that would choose not to do so. We will then have the Pledge of Allegiance recited by Mayor Pro Tem Julie Eiselt. So Councilmember Eggleston, I recognize you for our expression and solemnization.
Thank you, Mayor. Some words from my favorite president. It is peculiarly incumbent upon you who have strength to set a right example to others. I ask you to remember that you cannot retain your self-respect if you are loose and foul of tongue, that a person who is to lead a clean and honorable life must inevitably suffer if their speech likewise is not clean and honorable. Every person here knows the temptations that beset all of us in this world. At times, any person will slip. I do not expect perfection, but I do expect genuine and sincere effort toward being decent and cleanly in thought, in word, and in deed. As I said at the outset, I hail the work of this society as typifying one of those forces which tend to the betterment and uplifting of our social system. Our whole effort should be toward securing a combination of the strong qualities with those qualities which we term virtues. I expect you to be strong. I would not respect you if you were not. I do not expect you to lose one particle of your strength or courage by being decent. On the contrary, I should hope to see each person who is a member of this society, from their membership in it, become all the fitter to do the rough work of the world.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Pro Tem, we're going to have our pledge. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and with the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Now I'd like to ask the staff to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Mr. Pettin.
Dave Pettin, Rezoning Program Manager. Thank you.
Lakeisha Hall, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Robin Byers, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Taiwo Jaba, Planning Director and City Manager's Office.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Cherie Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
All right. This is the team that helps us put together this agenda and gets us through this evening. I'd like to begin with an explanation of our zoning process, which begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. There are two types of cases that we have on our agenda tonight. We have decisions and we have hearings. Decisions are in cases for which a public hearing has already been held, and we do not accept further public comment. That is for the council to debate and vote to make a decision. Hearings we have for anyone wishing to speak. Hopefully you've already signed up with the clerk, because I have a list of speakers here that have called in. During a virtual world, we try to get those listed out by early morning. When we have that, the staff gives a presentation on the petition. The petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes to present the case for the change, unless there are opponents signed up to speak. If there is staff opposition or opposition from another group, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponents get 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff provides gratefully a short presentation. Once the public hearing is closed, the next public hearing is open. Now, as we close these public hearings, the petitions then go to the Planning Committee or the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And I'd like to know is there someone from the Planning Commission on, Mr. Pettin?
I believe Ms. Samuel may be on, our zoning committee chair.
Okay, zoning committee chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Samuel.
Petitions being heard during tonight's public hearing will be reviewed by the Zoning Committee of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission on Wednesday, December 2nd at 5:30 p.m. That meeting is not a continuation of today's public hearing. There will be an opportunity for public input unless and until committee members ask questions and addressed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Make sure 267 is muted when people online are speaking, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bakari, what did you just say?
Can we just make sure 267 is muted when people online are speaking? The feedback is very difficult to hear.
Ms. Jackson has heard that request, and we'll keep working towards that. All right, so you've heard that the zoning committee will come back. The council has decided that if we have meetings that extend beyond 10 p.m., that those items that we have not gotten to will be placed on the next council agenda, which I believe would be in in early December. But hopefully we can get through the agenda tonight with the number of people that we have. I think we have only one protested petition tonight. We do have some things that we need to take care of housekeeping. We have several deferrals that are requested. Item number 3, petition 2019-085 by American Asset Corporation. Item number 4, petition 2020-179 by Ron Staley, Verde Homes. Item number 5, petition 2020-014, Carolina Builders. Item number 9, petition 2020-090 for Remount LLC. All of these petitions are being requested for a deferral to December the 21st. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve deferral.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I will start with our Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yep.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
All right, there's 6 votes for the deferral. Is there anyone that objects to the motion to defer those items? Hearing no objections, that motion passes unanimously. There are at least 4 items where we will have to vote for changes after the zoning committee vote, and I will take those up as we come through them on the decision side. So with that, if there are no other questions or comments, we'll proceed. You have the follow-up report in your agenda for the council members. It's also available online. So we'll begin with our first petition, which is item number 6 for a decision. Item number 6, a rezoning petition 2020-049 by the Keith Corporation for approximately 156 acres located outside the city limits on 85 and east of Morris Chapel Road. The current zoning is single-family residential, Lake Wiley protected area, and Lake Wiley critical area. The proposed zoning is I-2, general industrial conditional, Lake Wiley protected area, Lake Wiley critical area. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. There were changes to the petition following the zoning committee's recommendation. So with that, I'd like to ask for.
Motion to not send back to committee.
Thank you. We need to have Mr. Pettin read the notes before we make the motion, though.
No problem. The change on this petition after zoning committee was the petitioner provided a commitment to add a staggered row of evergreen trees along the western property boundary, which would be adjacent to the proposed 100-foot buffer. Staff does believe it's a minor change. It does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Hearing that, I think I heard Mr. Eggleston make a motion. And Mr. Bakari seconded. All right, so we'll start. Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Is there anyone in objection to this vote? It has to be 3/4, right? So we have to continue. Sorry, I have six so far. So Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? And that is our 3/4 of a vote. So is there anyone that objects to this hearing? I mean, not to send it back to the zoning committee? Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimously. So now that we've done this, we will now have, do I have a motion to adopt and accept? Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
All right, Mr. Bakari, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have Mr. Bakari, Mayor Pro Tem did the second. All right, is there any discussion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't see who said yeah. Who is it? Ms. Watlington?
Yes. I've got a couple of things to say. Ultimately, it appears this is going to be approved.
Can you get closer to the mic, Ms. Watlington? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
So first, I'd like to just reiterate my ongoing concern about the seeming lack of District 3 representation on the Planning Commission. I hope that in our next opportunity to make an adjustment there, we can ensure that we've got someone from District 3 on the Planning Committee, because a disproportionate amount of zoning petitions are coming out of this district, and without anyone to speak from the community, it is very, very difficult to ensure that there's representation there. I've said this before, and I'll say it again today. I believe that this petition fundamentally changes the place type of this area, and I think that that places undue burden on the residents. The northern part of Morris Chapel Hill can't support this infrastructure. Councilmember Diggs, can you please go on mute? Thank you. Appreciate it. The northern portion of Morris Chapel Road can't support this infrastructure. And even with the southbound improvements, the northbound will continue.
I'm sorry, you guys, yeah, 267, can you mute? I can't hear.
So I've got ongoing concerns along with the residents that there will be an overflow of freight truck traffic on roads that do not have the infrastructure to support it. Despite the infrastructure improvements that are going to happen southbound on Morris Chapel, we know that the freight trucks that are currently in the area are using the northbound lanes or lane. It's a 2-lane road on Morris Chapel Road to get to 85 North and 485 North, and that's not going to change. I've heard that colleagues have said that we're not accountable to these people because they are in the ETJ. For me, I find that deplorable. I do believe that regardless of whether these people are in the ETJ or they're within the city limits, we owe them due diligence. And there are certainly nearby neighborhoods within the city limits who have hired us to represent their interests.
To me, this is fundamentally no different than the Brooklyn neighborhood. I believe that just like conversations that were had back in the day in regards to large community benefit that were used to justify urban renewal, this is exactly the same type of situation. While I can certainly appreciate that the petitioners and the petitioner agents have done a lot of work to make adjustments and amendments to this particular petition, ultimately we are sealing the fate of the residents here who live here and have been purchasing homes based on an area plan and anticipating what the future of this area will look like. And we are basically changing that ahead of the comprehensive plan in which they would have an opportunity to give input. I'm fundamentally opposed to that. Like I said, I understand that this is an opportunity potentially for jobs and also for tree save. However, I don't think that, especially considering the upcoming Silver Line TOD designation at Sam Hill at the Sam Wilson intersection, that this is the only opportunity to have jobs here. I do understand that this building, though it will not be built as a spec building, does not yet have a solidified tenant. And so I think that there should still be an opportunity to figure out what else we can build here within TOD or other type of zoning designations that would enable not only jobs here, but also other amenities that this area desperately needs. I think that this is not the highest and best use of the land. And then we can do a little bit better. As far as the tree save, the 56 acres in question don't appear to be conducive to development, or at least cost-effective development. That is, it seems, why this petitioner has been amenable to donating land. I don't see that very often. When we looked at in a little bit more detail the topography of the land, the fact that there's a stream going through it, I don't think that this is the only petition in which we could still have tree save in that particular area due to the fact that it is not a very easy place to build in the first place. So in summary, I'll say that we're putting the cart before the horse. I think particularly for those of us on council that have been telling our residents that the comprehensive plan is the way that we need to go, the direction we need to be heading. We need to be a plan-making city and thoughtful about development. To say that on one hand in our resident space and then turn around and make a decision that is this transformational in that area, I think is duplicitous. And so I will not be supporting tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Is there anyone else? Ms. Jackson, anyone else? If you, let me check on this. Mr. Winston? And Ms. Ajmira and Mr. Winston. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have struggled with this rezoning petition, especially the reasons that my colleague, Councilmember Watlington, had mentioned with residents who have, okay, could someone please mute room 267?
Ms. Ajmira, I don't know what the feedback is because we've all got our mics on red. In fact, when Mr. Bakari said something, I answered him, but you couldn't hear me. So there's, everybody in the room is on red.
It seems to be 267. Every time you guys go mute, it gets better.
Well, I understand that, but I don't, every mic, and Ms. Jackson just took all of the mics that were not being utilized off the table. So unless there's a malfunction, we're going to work on it.
Okay, well, let me try again. So as I mentioned earlier, I have struggled with this rezoning petition, especially for the reasons that Councilmember Watlington had mentioned earlier, with many residents who have bought in this area their homes. Many of them have had their first homes in this area, trusting our existing plan that calls for residential development. And I'm sympathetic to those residents where it feels like a breach of promise when we are going against what's currently the plan calls for, which is residential. However, as an at-large council member, I have to look at the overall impact for what is currently being proposed and what could go by right. I hate to be put in this situation where we are trying to figure out where we have to choose between lesser of two evils. This site definitely fits all the criteria for tree preservation, which we usually acquire through our preservation fund that we have. And I have talked to our city arborist, and they had explored that option a couple of years ago. So I would like staff to address this question, why this site was not acquired through our tree preservation fund, and what were the reasons for not acquiring the land back when it was proposed a couple of years ago.
All right.
Councilman Bajmer, can you hear me? This is Taiwo.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So my understanding is that we tried through the TCPP program 5 years ago, but it was cost prohibitive. If it was cost prohibitive 5 years ago, we'll assume it's even worse now with regards to that. But like you said earlier on, I do understand that. I believe that you also have to weigh other factors, right, into the conversation. But we've been focused so much on the 55 or 56 acres that the developer has been discussing with the county with regards to greenways. So county is taking the lead on that conversation. Our TCPP program will accept the land if the county doesn't take it. That's really what I would say with regards to those 56 acres. But so far, we have not made any move since we were not able to do it 5 years ago. We've not made any move to do that because we're talking about 300 plus acres here, right? And so our focus has really been on the conversation the developer has been having with the county on the 55, 56 acres.
Thank you, Mr. Taiwo. I had conversation with our city arborist earlier today, and he expressed how our program couldn't afford to acquire this land. And again, this is one of the reasons why I have been championing and advocating for strengthening our tree preservation fund so that we are not put in this situation where we are not able to acquire the land, where it protects our water source, where it protects our forest, and really addresses the concerns. Okay, I can hear again. Could someone please mute? Okay.
Ms. Ajmiri,
let's
can
do
you?
267 again. So as I mentioned earlier, we do need to strengthen our tree preservation fund. We need to strengthen our tree ordinance to address some of these issues that are being raised by our residents. Now we are having to choose between lesser of two evils. And again, as I said, I hate to be put in this situation, but knowing that the option here is either we get 10% tree save versus 50% that developer is proposing. Also, $7 million in infrastructure improvements. We are looking at additional buffer that would not have been proposed in right-of-way development. So knowing all of this proposed changes that's being raised by or proposed by developer, I'm inclined to support it. I'm not thrilled about this development. I have talked to many environment advocates about the potential concerns around quality of life. I've talked to River Keepers, Sustain Charlotte, Cleaner Carolina, and all of these organizations, they have looked at what could potentially go on this site by right versus what is currently being proposed. and they all said they are staying neutral in this case, considering all the improvements that are being proposed by the developer. I will be supporting this rezoning petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmir. We are trying, Ms. Jackson is trying to find out where the feedback is coming from, so we're just continuing to work on that. But I'm going to continue down with our speakers list. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. Look, I've been thinking about this this rezoning petition for a month since it was presented. I think this is a great project. I think this is the type of project that we need, the type of jobs that we need. I believe Keith Corporation has been very sensitive to the needs of the community. I think they have been the type of partner that you want. The park is a great thing. The protected bike lanes, the buffers that are put in place, and the dependence on our airport infrastructure. To be completely honest, the build out of our airport area. I'm also very impressed by the community members. I think there's an amazing organized effort here. I think they've been clear about their gripes, and I think they're going about it in an effective way. I've been talking to county commissioners. I've been talking to neighbors. I think there has, while I wouldn't say everything is perfect. There is a bit of NIMBYism here, but there are some definitely specific points that make sense. But the reason why I've struggled with this is not because of an argument the petitioner or the community has raised. It is really about this council and our staff and the ability to move to a well-planned city. And this is the type of decision that makes it difficult because we don't have clear policy guidelines that help us make an informed and based decision. As I've been thinking about this, I've been thinking a lot about a decision that was made a couple years ago in the last iteration of council. It was for a residential rezoning across the street from some industrial land. I believe it was either done just before we put for the first time $50 million on the ballot for our housing trust fund, or it was just after. But this developer was going to, I believe it was even going to be without any public ads, was going to put many units of affordable housing on this plot, and it was next to a bus lane. It was next to jobs. It was next to food. It kind of checked all of the boxes. And I was the only one that voted for this because 10 other members of council brought up a very, very good point, which I didn't necessarily agree with, was should we be putting residential in close proximity, relatively close proximity to industrial zoning, light industrial zoning at that. And it was very clear that I was the only one, 10 of my colleagues decided against affordable housing near transit, against affordable housing near jobs, although it checked all the boxes. And it was because we didn't have clear guidelines about how we deal with industrial zoning near residential. And that was maybe 2 to 3 years ago, and we still don't, even though many members of council have specifically asked for this. On top of that, we are would be rezoning some land that we say is protected, watershed land that is protected. This is not just an issue of tree save. This is not land that can be replanted and regrown elsewhere in the city. But again, we have no guidance to necessarily make based decisions on how to take away that protected status for any type of other rezoning, let alone, again, this industrial zoning. So, I don't see how we can necessarily reckon with voting against voting against affordable housing in Steel Creek when it checked all the boxes, and then we can just kind of figure out which project we like better down the way. So we need better policy decisions, and I hope this council and I hope staff finally recognizes this and does something about this to address this. Therefore, I will be voting no on this because it does not seem to be any clear policy guidelines onto why this is actually a good idea from a land use perspective.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd just like to have a message directly to the neighbors, and I'll agree with the sentiment just raised. You guys have really come together, and that kind of civic activity is very important. And not only do we applaud that and the petitions and everything you've done to get the message to us, which we've heard loud and clear, also just want to relay to you, no one on this council takes a decision like this lightly. And all the conversations I've had with everyone, we also try to put ourselves in your shoes and imagine something like that being put next to us. And I just want to tell you, that's not something that I think any of us take lightly in any circumstance, and it weighs very heavily. And I know that. And with that being said, I'll say to the petitioner and the Keith Corp and all of these groups, you know, you guys have gone above and beyond, in my opinion, trying to counterbalance that. And we do greatly appreciate that. And some of it's been mentioned, but I'll mention it again, just for the record, you know, 50% tree save. I mean, that is substantial, not to mention the other environmental enhancements. You know, approaching that $7 million infrastructure, roadway improvement, sewer lift without public assistance. That infrastructure, we know how critical our infrastructure around large developments and large projects in Charlotte is right now, because we feel the pinch with traffic and congestion so much. So when someone's willing to go this far, I will tell you, none of us take that lightly as well. The buffer, the park, the greenway dedication, I mean, that is literally unique and very unheard of from the average that we would see with things like this. And, you know, when you look at overall the job that we have at hand here, from a land use perspective, marching towards this 2040 comprehensive plan, I'll tell you, none of us know exactly what it looks like, but I can pretty much tell you when that time comes, right? This is going to match what we'd be looking at for manufacturing and logistics place types. And the question I think that we're all having to ask ourselves is that place type going to have a home in Charlotte, or should we not have that at all? I think that's the crux of kind of where we are. Of course, anyone that lives anywhere near that stuff has mixed emotions and feelings about it. But at the end of the day, when you look at the proximity here to the airport, the intermodal facility, I-85, I-485, all of these areas, you know, you have to ask yourselves, and that's what we're doing tonight. We have to ask ourselves the question, do we believe the jobs, the economic impact, and the return we're seeing to be able to get back into the manufacturing industry and to create those jobs, not just in the United States where we desperately need to reshore those, but in Charlotte alone, as we diversify our talent base and the jobs that are the glue that ultimately will connect the upward mobility we're striving to achieve. I must say that you guys have done everything in your power to make a difficult situation more palatable. And I will just say I'm appreciative of that. I'm going to be supportive of this. And I would just tell my colleagues one final note. When we get to the 2040 comprehensive plan point, but more importantly, the UDO, and when we rezone this entire city, today we can kind of hide behind things and say, well, you know, we don't have that yet. That's going to come, and it's going to look very similar to this, except there'll probably be more density and more of it. So I think we need to start wrapping our minds around something I've been saying for years now. a very serious situation and conversation we'll be entering into with this entire community on, are these kinds of jobs or density or insert topic here that is controversial with everyone's backyard today, is that something we're willing to do? Or is it something we're willing to say, you know, this growing city that's going to be X number of million people by this date, that isn't something we're willing to do. And I'll just say, you guys have done the best with the circumstance here, and I appreciate it personally.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. Mayor Pro Tem Iselt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of my points have already been made, and I would also like to reiterate that I too took this rezoning very seriously. I went out there after I talked to Dr. Epps about it. I did drive out and went and looked at the site and drove those roads to get a better understanding of what would be coming to that area. And really, in talking to both sides and then talking to some of the environmental groups, talking to one of our county commissioners, talking to our planning department, I really came to the conclusion that Mr. Bakari touched on, is that when the comprehensive plan is finished, we are going to find that the light industrial that has been pushed out of the city, the south end, I would argue over the past 17 years that this area plan was developed, we've been pushing light industrial out of the south end. I remember one of our rezonings where the owner of a light manufacturing facility said, please at least require my neighbor to have a buffer, because when that brewery opens, they're going to be complaining about the noise from our facility. So, you know, we have to identify where that light industrial is going to go. And it makes sense to me, and it is the most environmentally friendly answer to put it near the airport. We have this situation, which is unusual in the Southeast, that our airport, our railroads, and our freeways are all in the same area. And so we have the opportunity to develop our logistics industry in a way that has the least impact on traffic, on the environment, and on the overall community. And it needs to go by the airport. I do want to say that on the jobs front, I think this is an important point, because I've had roundtables for the logistics industry, because I think it's so important, the jobs that they bring to the area. Logistics and distribution is the highest wage growth industry in the industry that you don't need a college degree to have a job. The Alliance identified it as one of the top 2 industries that they would like to see grow in this region, because it does help us solve the problem of the fact that a lot of the jobs that have come to this region are awesome. They're high-tech, high-paying jobs, but that's what creates the problem with affordable housing when we continue to push up the income levels overall in the area, and therefore we continue to put upward pressure on our housing. When we provide jobs that are at the $40,000, $50,000 level, that provides the ability for more people to work and more people to stay in their housing. So unfortunately, we get these overlapping goals that sometimes we just can't align perfectly. And we've got to look at it and say, in this case, this is an opportunity for 1,000 jobs in an industry that is high wage growth, and in a project that actually has less of an impact than environmentally than it would if we did this by right. If we did it by right, we could take 150 acres and end up with 450 houses with 10% tree save. And so I think Ms. Ajmira said it, you know, it's not a perfect answer. But in this case, I'm going to be supporting this rezoning because I just think that overall it is the way the city is growing sensibly. Unfortunately, we're just never going to have a situation where we can really achieve what we'd like to for every resident in the city. We just have to do it for what we consider to be the highest and best use. Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't repeat the points that have been laid out well. I think Ms. Iselt made the point about the jobs that are here and how important those are and the opportunities they create for people. Ms. Ajmira made the point about that this from an environmental standpoint is much more ideal than what could be developed there by right, particularly given the large tract of land that is being set aside to be given to the county for greenway and tree preservation. We've spent a lot of time of late talking about our tree canopy. This will preserve far more trees than by right development would. And a by right development would likely clear all the trees and then just plant young saplings back, where this is the mature tree canopy that's been there for however many hundreds of years. So I think for those reasons, I'll be supporting it. I did want to make one specific response to, I don't know that Ms. Watlington intended it to sound this way, but I want to make sure no one thinks that that was what was meant, unless she's heard someone say something that I haven't. But she made mention of people in the ETJ, or we are not accountable to them, or that she had seen or heard that sentiment somewhere. I certainly have not seen or heard that sentiment. And the comment that I made during the hearing, whenever it was, a month or two ago, I hope was not misconstrued as that. I said we needed to hone in on what the best practice was for people who are elected to represent the city limits of Charlotte, weighing in on decisions that are outside of the city limits of Charlotte. Undoubtedly, many of the people we've heard from about this rezoning do live in Charlotte, and we are directly accountable to them by way of the ballot box. But I want to make sure that no one thinks that there was a sentiment from anybody on this council, at least as far as I'm aware, that they didn't care what someone thought. Excuse me?
No.
I'm having trouble. Sorry, Mr. Eggleston has the floor.
I'm saying speak for yourself. I can appreciate it.
Ms. Watlington, you are out of order. He has the floor. Ms. Watlington, he has the floor.
He said something.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, then I speak only for myself. And I know that I made a comment about that I have concerns around the way that we handle ETJ rezonings, because if I were a resident out there, I could see myself feeling like it is unfair for someone who I cannot elect or vote for or vote against making these decisions. And so I said it's something that we need to consider more holistically, not specifically about this rezoning. But I think the amount of time that, as best I can tell, every member of this city council has put into this rezoning, I think it should go without saying that we care about the residents there and we care about their opinions. And I do think they've done an excellent job of bringing our attention to them. So anyway, wanted to clear that up, and I guess for myself only, any others can speak for themselves. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions. Is there anyone from Stormwater that can answer some questions for us or for me?
Did you call the questions in? I don't know if we have someone from Stormwater or not. We have Transportation Planning and the Manager's Office at the Attorney's Office, but no, we do not have, we can get the answers to your questions if you would like to email them in.
Okay, well then I just want to, then I'll bring up, we've received video from the public that there's foam in the water, in the stream that's adjacent to the resident's home. And that foam is coming from some of the industrial sites that are near that creek. We also know that this is a critical watershed area. It's near the lake, or in the Lake Wiley protected area. So we've heard some of the council members speak about, the environment and the tree save, but we all have to be concerned about the water supply in that area. And I think that that's something that we know that that's something the residents have stressed. I also have an email from one of our city staff that speaks to that, the foam in that area that I sent to Taiwo. So we've all been included in the emails with that water effect, or the effect on the environment through the water. I also would like to say for this developer that they have done a good job of providing concessions for this development. They have offered to donate the land, and this will bring jobs, and that's important, and we do have to balance that. But for this development, I think we have to consider the location. We know that we've heard from the residents, they are in the ETJ, so I'm sorry, County Commissioner Bill Malik reached out to me, and she feels like this is a disrespect to the residents of that area. So she's directly over that area, and that's her feeling. We've heard from environmentalists, we've heard from Sustain Charlotte about the effect of this development on the area. There's a petition we've all seen with over 1,000 signatures. So I just feel like we have to listen to the residents. You know, we talk about equity. That area already has 4 to 5 warehouses. This type of development, if they went to Valentine or some other area and 1,000 people had signed a petition, or we've heard from hundreds of residents, then this would be unthinkable. So I feel like we were elected for the people and to protect the environment. And if we're hearing this type of outpouring, then we don't have a choice but to listen to them. So for me, we've heard from the council resident, closest to it, closest to the people. She's spoken. We've heard from the commissioner, who's directly over that area. She's opposed to it. We've heard from the residents, thousands of them who are opposed to it. We've seen with our own eyes foam in the water that's not supposed to be there. So I don't see where, for me, I would have a choice than to oppose this development. So I will be opposing it.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Giobbe says that he has a response from Stormwater, so he's going to respond to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Essentially, I saw the photos that were forwarded last night with regards to the foam. So this message from Stormwater is that it's currently under investigation, but if it has no color, no smell, no acute indicator, that's often hard to track, and it could have different sources of origin, like maybe it could be natural, but it could also be mobile car wash and maybe nothing related to the development in the area. But I also understand that Dr. Epps, right, reported other possible water quality violations last May, and upon investigation, they did track the source to a wastewater pump at a facility that manufactures liquid cleaning products. The company corrected the problem, but there was no significant or any impact from that incident. Not that this is the same thing, but they will investigate this as well. And at this point, they don't think that it's anything significant, but we will definitely communicate that to Dr. Epps and also council once we have any report. But it's maybe likely that the same thing that happened in May, which had no impact. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to join my colleagues in assuring the residents that none of us takes lightly the concerns that they've raised. And in fact, if you hadn't been so effective in voicing your concerns, I'm not sure that we would be struggling with this the way we are. And all of us have had to devote a lot of thought to this and to consider what you've communicated to us, as well as the things that the petitioner has done in order to make this an attractive solution. I would mention too, there was reference to our plans, the 2040 plan and so on. The existing plans are basically out of date and really quite irrelevant to what's there now, because they were made under very different circumstances. And the 2040 plan hasn't been adopted yet. And I think it's fair to say that we shouldn't be implementing a plan that has not been adopted and won the approval of the public. But so what we're left with is the need to just make a decision on a case-to-case basis as to what we think the overriding public interest is. And I think we have pros and cons here, and the cons have been articulated very well by residents. The pros that we're aware of, and I won't bother to go into a lot of detail on them, but the park, the jobs, there is industrial development nearby. It's not completely out of character with the area. I frankly welcome Keith's willingness to make these investments, to fund the improvements. And so I think we're kind of within our rights to go ahead and approve this. And I would mention the existing zoning should never be construed as a promise. So we aren't breaking a promise if we entertain a request by a landowner to allow a different use from the one that was previously designated for that land. So I think we have given a lot of thought to the impact it has on residents and some of the concerns they've raised. And my view is that on balance, the advantages just outweigh those concerns, and we should approve this, and I will. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira?
Madam Mayor, if you are speaking, we can't hear you.
I can't, I'm sorry. Ms. Ajmira? I've got this, it's green, what's going on?
She spoke already.
No, I'm doing the vote now. We're voting.
Oh, we didn't hear you say that.
I'm sorry. So now everyone that signed up to speak has spoken. So I'm going to start with the vote. Ms. Ajmira? Did we lose Ms. Ajmira? Let's find out what's going on. It's been a funky night for technology, hasn't it?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Mr. Winston?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 yeses. Madam Clerk? 7 yeses, so the motion passes. The zoning petition is approved. The next item is item number 7, petition 2020-066 by Yurok Development Company for a location of approximately 3.6 acres along the north side of Sardis Road. The current zoning is residential, single-family, 3 units per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential. The zoning committee and the staff recommended approval of this. We also have changes that took place after the zoning committee's review. Mr. Patin.
Okay, so we did have several changes. These were a result of some continued meetings between the petitioner, Councilmember Bakari, and the community. So thanks to everybody involved for getting some of these addressed. These changes were adding a 6-foot fence along the entire northern and eastern property boundaries, adding a right turn lane from Sardis Road north onto Sunnywood Lane, adding a note indicating that no parking signs will be installed along Sunnywood Lane, subject to the approval by CDOT. Added a note regarding enhanced landscaping along Sardis Road North, which would include a double row of trees, adding a commitment to provide a double row of trees along Sunnywood Lane. And the final change was adding a note requiring installation of pedestrian scale lighting along the site's frontage on Sunnywood Lane and where possible along the interior alley. There are multiple changes, but again, we feel these are all minor and were made to address continued neighborhood concerns and questions. So we don't recommend these go back to zoning committee. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Do I have a motion to not send it back? Mr. Bakari made the motion to not send it back. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Driggs did a second, so I would just go through this. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, so we've met the requirement for 3/4 of the council to not send it back. So now do I have a motion
Move to adopt and approve.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt. Mr. Bakari, who made my second?
That was Ed.
Okay, Mr. Driggs did the second. Are there any speakers?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a second, particularly for the viewing community out there who sees us once a month having these conversations and wonders how all this works. For all of us, this happens, but particularly for district reps where you've seen a controversial one before. This was also a controversial one, not necessarily because of the nature of it, but because, you know, anytime there is material change in everyone's backyard, it's something that is painful. I mean, it's something that no matter how okay it is in the broader policy approach, it's things that may not be the most welcome change. And I'll tell you, there was a group of neighbors here led by a gentleman I got to know during this process, Bill White, who was one of the greatest debaters I've come across in my history here so far. And I'll tell you that a lot of times us district reps have to, you know, go against a developer half the time and go against a neighborhood the other half the time. And neither scenario or circumstance is pleasant. But that's part of this job. And we have to listen, we have to empathize, but then we also have to figure out once we're on track for doing the right thing and making the right principle-based decision, we have to see how we can help the other side come together in some way because they have to coexist together. And that's exactly what we did here with this petition. And I am so grateful for the petitioner once again for the things we've seen today. The 6-foot fence, this was something that made a lot of sense to the neighbors, but particularly ensuring parking on Sunnywood was going to be addressed, ensuring landscaping along Sardis Road North, including that double row of trees that is now part of that, a commitment to provide another double row of trees along Sunnywood Lane, installation of pedestrian scale lighting and the site's frontage. But most important and complex was this right-hand turn lane from Sardis Road North to Sunnywood Lane to deal with some of the traffic that was going to be added here. I am happy to report that the petitioner, CDOT staff, everyone jumped into action when we got that list. And neighbors, I know that you didn't necessarily get everything that you wanted out of this, but I greatly appreciate the time you spent with me and the ability for us to have made this a little bit better. So I would ask that you all join me in supporting this.
All right, I don't have any other speakers signed up. So if no other speakers signed, if we'll go ahead and take our vote now. We have a motion and a second. All right, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
All right, that's 6. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Item number 8, zoning petition 2020-089 by the Pulte Group for approximately 3.4 acres on the west side of Briar Creek. It's in District 1. The current zoning is multifamily residential, 22 units per acre, and the requested zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this. Do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to adopt and approve.
All right, Mr. Eggleston made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Driggs did the second. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the item? Hearing nobody that would like to speak, we'll start off with Mr. Eggleston. The vote, Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no one in objection, the motion passes unanimously. Item 9 was deferred. Item 10, petition 2020-93 by Griffman Investments for approximately 1.4 acres on the east side of Griffith Street. It's in District 3. The current zoning is transit-oriented development mixed optional. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development urban center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So moved.
Ms. Watlington,
Second.
do I have a second? Mr. Driggs is a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start off. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did I miss someone? No. All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
That's 6 votes. Is there anyone who objects to this petition? This motion? Hearing no objection, the petition passes, the motion passes unanimously. Next item is item 11, petition 2020-094 by Childress Klein for approximately 9.5 acres located north of Perimeter Point Parkway. It's in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial conditional and multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is light industrial conditional and light industrial conditional site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt this petition as the zoning committee statement?
Somebody was saying something.
I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Who? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, if I may, the city attorney, just for clarification and consistency, for virtual meetings, do we have to do the whole roll call for decisions?
What we've been doing is, since it takes 6 votes to pass, 6 votes, and unless one of you says that you are against it, it's a unanimous vote.
Okay, I just want to be, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank
We were
you, City
doing
Clerk.
this after it was 11 yeses consistently, so we thought it might help us with some time. Where there is a controversial one or someone would request to have a separate vote for everyone, I am glad to do that. All right, so we are on petition 11.
So moved.
All right, Ms. Watlington made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
All right, there are 6 votes. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 12, petition 2020-97 by 6800 Selectron owner for approximately 12.4 acres on the south side of Mallard Creek. It's in District 2. The current zoning is research conditional and institutional conditional. The proposed zoning is research conditional and research conditional site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
So move.
All right, this is for the statement of consistency and to adopt and approve the petition.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Graham makes a motion.
Yes.
Second?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Mr. Graham, Mr. Eggleston? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 yeses. Is there anyone that objects to this petition as the motion for approval? Hearing none, the petition passes unanimously. The next item is item 13, petition 2020-98 by AHI 3100 for approximately 4.1 acres located south of North Tryon Street in District 1. The current zoning is general business and industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, community center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this item. So with that,
Motion to adopt and approve.
Mr. Eggles says motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Driggs says the second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion. Mr. Eggleston? We'll vote on it now. Mr.
Yes.
Eggleston? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
All right, so there's 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no one in objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next, I think our final, no, not, I shouldn't say that. It's petition, item number 14, petition 2020-99 by D.R. Horton for approximately 20.8 acres located on the east side of, southeast side of Mallett Creek Road. It's in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. There were changes made after the zoning committee's vote, so I'm going to ask Mr. Patine to read those changes, and we'll need 3/4 of the council to support a motion not to send it back.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. The changes to this petition were very minor. The petitioner clarified that units will have front-loaded driveways for each residential unit and retain a single driveway apron for each. Again, it was a minor change. Staff does not believe it should go back to zoning committee for any additional review. Thank you.
All right. Not to send it back, Mr. Graham?
So move.
Ms. Johnson? Do we have a motion?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, did I get a second? Ms. Johnson, do you mind seconding Mr. Graham's motion?
Second.
All right,
Yes.
so now Mr. Graham, yes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
I agree with Mr. Patton, yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston, did I hear you say yes?
You did.
Yes, so that's, we'll continue. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
That's, I think, 11. All right, so that motion, anyone objecting to this motion that wasn't, if you didn't respond and I called, I guess you were yes. So with that, the motion passes not to send it back to committee. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as your own, as well as approve and adopt the petition?
So move.
Second.
Mr. Graham with the first and Mr. Driggs with the second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
That's 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone that opposes this petition? Hearing no one in opposition, the petition is passed unanimously. Item 15, to petition 2020-100 by Delray Ventures for approximately 4.9 acres located on the south side of Sharon Amity Road in District 5. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition, but there have been changes that were made since the zoning committee approved it. So I'll ask Mr. Patan to tell us what those changes are, and then we'll have a vote on that.
Okay, this petition had one change. After zoning committee, the petitioner has amended the site plan to add a second point of access on the eastern side of the site. There is a slide up on the screen that shows that access point and where that new location is. You can see the image there on the right. The red circle shows where that new right-in, right-out driveway would be on Sharon Amity Road. And again, staff believes that this change was minor. It doesn't alter any of the building layout or any of the site elements of the project. We don't believe it has any additional review by the zoning committee would be needed on this. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the staff? Hearing no questions, so we have a motion. We're going to have a motion to not send it back to the zoning committee based on the staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
I can't, Mr. Bakari, did you
Mr.
second?
Newton, motion.
I can't. I'm assuming that Mr. Newton said
It was
he
my
made the motion, and it's followed by Mr. Bakari's second. All right, we'll go through it. Mr. Newton, not to send it back?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston. So that motion passes unanimously. So now we'll go to the petition do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as your own?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Newton, and who is the second? Mr. Eggleston was our second. All right, so now any discussion?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, if I may.
All right, Mr. Newton?
Yes, thank you. So this petition came before us last month, and there were no speakers aside from the petitioner themselves on this, but I did want to acknowledge the community meetings that have occurred since then to address concerns pertaining to entry-exit, which, as everyone should be aware at this point, we just approved the resubmittal of a new site plan to include an additional entry-exit, concerns pertaining to tree save, to stormwater. I want to thank certainly the community and its involvement and engagement. Also want to thank the developer or petitioner here for their willingness to meet with the community. I was a part of a number of those conversations. I still think that, we're talking about Sharon Amity here, and I know that we as a council have considered rezonings on the Sharon Amity corridor before. We've been concerned with the traffic impact on the corridor. Having said that, I know that the community is also happy with the Simonini involvement, quality of their product. I have spoken with CDOT. So given the fact that that this is going in right in front of a curve on Sharon Amity Road leading up to Emory Lane, still have some concerns pertaining to that being a blind curve. But I'm in conversations right now with CDOT pending the approval of this petition to relook at Walker Road, reassess the light that hangs on Walker Road, which is just a blinking light. I don't know the effectiveness of that, and quite frankly, I don't think it mitigates the potential traffic safety concern that arises on Emory Lane. So we'll be working through that. The petitioner here has also agreed to be a part of that process moving forward as well. So I'm really happy and looking forward to working with CDOT for that Walker Road, North Sharon Amity intersection, and to mitigate some of the traffic concerns that have arisen. But by and large, at this point, I think want to thank the community, want to thank the developer for working together on this and coming to some agreements here to get us to this place where we can vote on this.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll now consider the motion. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
All right, you make our sixth vote, Mr. Mitchell. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 16, petition 2020-101 by White Point Paces Partners, approximately 4 acres, non-contiguous acres, between 3 parcels located in Optimist Park in District 1. The current zoning is transit-oriented development, mixed optional heavy industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development urban center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement as your own, as well as approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Eggleston. Who is our second?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, thank you. All right, is there anyone that would like to speak to the petition, to the recommendation? Hearing no one, we'll start with Mr. Eggleston. The vote on the motion. Mr. Eggleston? Yes. Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr.
Yes.
Driggs? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, so that's 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone that objects to this petition? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. That is the last of our decisions, and now we'll go into our hearings, but in your notebook, you have the active transportation projects. And now we'll go to public hearings on the petitions, and our first one is item 16, agenda item 18, petition 2019-180 by John Jolie for Rosegate Holdings for approximately 5.2 acres on the west side of Wallace Road. It's in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of technical revisions to the site plan label and transportation notes. We have 2 speakers for. We'll hear the staff presentation and then hear from the 2 speakers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-180, it's just over 9 acres. It's on the west side of Wallace Road, north of Woodbury. It's running parallel Wallace Road there to Independence Boulevard. The current zoning of the property is zoned R3. We also have some UR2 CD that was from a previous rezoning that was done just about within the last year. This petition includes that property as well as the one that's just north of that in yellow. Going into the future land use, this is from the Independence Boulevard area plan, which was from 2011. It does recommend residential development up to 12 units to the acre. The portion that was part of the previous rezoning did amend that to recommend residential up to 22 dwelling units to the acre. And also the Southeast Corridor Transit Study did shift the proposed alignment of the Silver Line just south of the site from the center of Independence Boulevard over to the Monroe Road corridor. The petition is proposing up to 201 multifamily units, which would be about 22 dwelling units to the acre. There would be 8 buildings on the property. No less of 14 of those units would be reserved at or below rents, or for rents that are at or below 80% AMI. The max building height of this project would be 3 stories and 40 feet. We'd have cross access to adjacent single-family homes through Pineborough Road. 50% of that frontage along Wallace Road would be building walls, architectural elements, pedestrian scale masonry walls, or open space. We do have architectural features that have been committed to for facade articulation, raised entrances, et cetera. We have minimum 15,000 square feet of amenity and open space throughout the site. Sidewalk connections on Mason Wallace Park would be coordinated with Park and Rec. And also there'd be transportation improvements, which would include a 14-foot planting strip along that Wallace Road frontage, 8-foot sidewalks along internal private streets, as well as an 8-foot planting strip along that Pineborough Road extension and the private street that's internal to the site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have a few technical revisions related to site plan labeling and some transportation notes that need to be addressed. It is inconsistent with a portion of that Independence Boulevard area plan that recommends 12 DUA, but it is consistent with the plan recommendation for that 22 dwelling units per acre on the southern portion of the site. Again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Paul Pennell and Jack Miller, you have 3 minutes to speak. Are they on? All right.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening, everyone. I am Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners here to present to you zoning petition 2019-180. I believe this is a petition that's been with us for some time now. I am joined by the petitioner. I'm not sure if Justin Adams has signed up tonight, but I believe he is on the call, and also Jack Mora with the Monroe Road Advocates. Currently, right now, we are looking to request a UR2 CD zoning district for this approximate 9.2 acres, requesting multifamily uses for 201 residential units. As Dave said in his presentation, 201 residential units within 9 buildings. 14 of those residential units are earmarked currently for 80% AMI affordability. Let's see. So the site currently right now is approximately a half an acre from M Station. Currently, as shown here, it's within a development corridor directly adjacent Wallace Road and Mason Wallace Park. This was actually the approved rezoning petition that included 22 DUA residential petition for 2019-074 a couple years back, as Dave alluded to. The original petition for 2019-074 is represented in blue. 2019-180 is represented in green. The red border now encompasses the entire zoning district. This is the site plan as it is today. A rendering of what the site plan currently looks like. Again, 9 buildings with clubhouse and amenity area for the residents. Then also we're looking to actually make sure that we have a contiguous sidewalk from the proposed site back to Monroe Road and to a good bus route for residents to utilize. A couple renderings of the
Can we get 267 mute, please? 267 mute, please. 267 mute, please. Thanks.
An actual representation of what the clubhouses look like for a previous project that the petitioner has completed. There are additional considerations that we are taking into account here that were committed to under 2019-074. A lot of those commitments are carrying over into 2019-180. I'll be happy to dig into those in a little bit more detail here, but I would like to yield some of the remainder of my time here to Jack Miller with the Monroe Road Advocates.
Good evening. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, for my time. Yeah, I am Jack Miller with Monroe Road Advocates. I'm a board member. We have been working with the petitioner and the predecessor to the petitioner since about spring of last year on this project. The petitioner has been very responsive to some community concerns that were raised and also issues that were raised by our organization. Some of the things that they've addressed are concerns over cut-through traffic, stormwater runoff, neighbors' privacy concerns, and tree canopy preservation. There have been changes in response to the to the original plans in response to those concerns. This was also Monroe Road Advocates' first opportunity to address the inclusion.
Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
So we can now take questions from the council. Are there any questions for the petitioners? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am. Motion to close.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Newton and Ms. Johnson. All right. So, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
We're voting on the motion to close.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
All right, we have 6 votes to close the public hearing. Is there anyone that objects to the public hearing being closed? Hearing no one objecting, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 19, rezoning petition 2020-37 by the City of Charlotte Planning, Design and Development Team. Approximately 49.3 acres located on the northern side of Russell Avenue, west of Interstate 77 on Oakline. It's in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential historic district overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. After we hear from the staff, we have 4 speakers who will share 3 minutes to comment. So Ms. Dunlap, Ms. Manuel, Mr. Sanders, and Mr. Harps, if you guys could coordinate your time, 3 minutes will go by very quickly. All right, Mr. Patin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-037 is a little bit of a unique rezoning petition that we have. In fact, it is establishing a historic district, which we haven't done since, I believe, 2010. So just to get into this petition, it's about 49 acres located on both the north and south side of Russell Ave, west of Interstate 77, north of Oaklawn Avenue. It is known as the Oaklawn neighborhood. The petition, the properties in this area are all currently zoned R5. They will remain zoned R5. What this rezoning would do would be to establish a historic district overlay on the properties that are involved within that community. And as we had mentioned, it's from the Central District Plan from '93. It does recommend single-family uses up to 4 dwelling units per acre. So this request to establish a historic district and basically maintain that zoning would be continuing to implement the plan recommendation from that Central District Plan. I'm going to just give you a brief overview of what this process has been to go through the Oaklawn Park Historic District overlay process. To date, we can go, if you skip down to the next slide, just to show since 1976, the Historic District Commission was established by City Council. We have 6 local historic districts: 4th Ward, Dilworth, Plaza Midwood, Wesley Heights, Hermitage Court, and Wilmore, like I mentioned, was the most recent one done in 2010. Our historic district is staffed by 3 members in the planning department. We have 12 historic district commission members. There are over 3,000 properties within those districts. In 2019, they processed 365 applications. 233 of those were staff reviews, and then 132 of those were commission reviews. Those were for different things that would be going on within those historic districts on the properties that are within those 6 areas that I mentioned earlier. Overall, we have about 700 acres as a city within these 6 historic districts. That does not include the acreage that would be part of this potential one here for Oaklawn Park. Just to give you a timeline, just to kind of start, this started back in October and November of 2018, kicked things off with a neighborhood meeting. The State Historic Preservation Office was involved, did a site visit, met with neighborhood leaders and HDC staff, and then in December and January, they established that district boundary map. Next slide. So as you can see here, the Oaklawn Park neighborhood is the area that's established out there in red. The image on the right shows a plat map, which is kind of superimposed on an aerial that shows the location of Charles Irvin streets and the blocks that were involved in establishing that Oaklawn Park neighborhood. Some of the houses and common architecture are there just on the left, just to show you the types of homes that we're looking at within this historic district. Next slide. In February and August of 2019, we went through some oral history interviews. We did a house-by-house survey, took photos of the homes within those neighborhoods. The next slide that you'll see kind of shows you what those look like. You can see each home was inventoried with a photograph, an address, parcel ID, the year of construction, number of stories, all the pertinent dimensions and features of that lot and that house were put out there on these detailed inventory sheets, different significant features that talk about the architectural components of each home, when there was potentially any renovation permits done, who the first occupant was, And just like you can see, just a host of information. And this was done for every home that's involved within the historic district overlay that's being proposed this evening. Next slide. So when we talk about the Oaklawn Park neighborhood, the who and why, the neighborhood association was concerned about development pressure, and they wanted to establish some protections to maintain the character and architecture of the neighborhood that makes them significant. How to do that is, again, to go through this process to create a local historic district and establish this zoning overlay through the rezoning process. This took place over, like I said, the fall and winter of 2019 and into where we are now in 2020. All properties within that neighborhood boundary would be involved in that. And what does this mean to property owners? It does protect all buildings in the district through a local design review, which includes new construction, demolition, painting of brick. All property owners within that district are required to contact the HDC office before starting any work. It does not restrict use. It does not review any interior changes, does not require any specific paint colors or require improvements or changes. It does qualify or does not qualify owners for grants or tax incentives. So going into the next slide, after we went through that house-by-house survey and the neighborhood photos, we went to a historical development essay, which was written by Dr. Tom Hanchett, who's the local here in Charlotte. The next slide shows you some of the documentation that he put together for this neighborhood, which was fairly extensive. This was an essay, like I said, that he was required to provide as part of this process. Went through a lot of historical background and research to put this together. That then was worked into the rest of this process. We went into a neighborhood petition of support in September of 2019 through February of 2020, gathering signatures and getting support from the community. In November of 2019, we went into an open house event. I think the next slide after this one, sorry, does show the petition with everyone's names and signatures on it, or just an example of one of those pages. Next slide talks about the open house event, which was held in November of 2019. That was held with the community. Dr. Tom Hanchett was there as well. And that just talked about what the historic district was and the process that was involved to establish it, and just working with the community to go through that process with them. When we ended up in February and April, the local district designation report was submitted to both the HDC and the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office. That it was another part of the requirement to establish a district. This is just the example of what that letter was to the NC Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. Following that, there was an establishment of different guidelines for historic district design for the Oaklawn Park neighborhood. Again, these are all drafts that would go into this document that HDC maintains. And then we get into July and November, where we are now. We started off with the typical process of going through the application, having a public hearing, which is where we are tonight. We went through our community meeting back in September with staff and the community. And we were, again, here, it says October, we're in November of 2020, so that council vote would potentially be next month. We did establish a website for this project through the city. So we had a clearinghouse of information for all the background and research work that was done. You can go and visit this. It's on the planning department's page through the historic district. It's for the Oaklawn Park neighborhood. So if you want to take a look at any of those reports or documentation that we talked about in this presentation, you can certainly go there and check that stuff out. So as we go through, again, this was a fairly long process to get to this point. It was very much driven by the community. The community was heavily involved with both staff, with Dr. Hanchett. All the folks that you'll hear from this evening have been involved really from the start, and certainly applaud their efforts and their commitment to moving this forward and getting us to this point. So again, we'll go to the staff recommendation for this. We do recommend approval. It is a rezoning petition to establish this overlay. As we mentioned, it is consistent with the Central District Plan. It's consistent with the wedges or centers, corridors, and wedges growth framework, as well as the general development policies. We think this would be a positive addition to our historic districts that we already have within the city, and we look forward to seeing this process through, and we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by some members of the community. Thank you.
It is with my great regret that we're not going to be able to hear all of the stories that went into this, but I think if we can all visit the website and look for that. They might actually learn something. You know, it's a great neighborhood, and really I'm glad to have the opportunity, but I'm sure that Mr. Graham will speak to that. But we have 4 speakers, and I believe we start with Ms. Dunlap, Ms. Manuel, Mr. Sanders, and Ms. Harps. All right, so are you ready to start?
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dunlap? Yes.
Yes.
Can you speak into your mic a little bit more?
Sorry?
Speak into your mic.
Okay. Yes, can you hear me now? My name is Renee Pike Dunlap. I'm the president of Oaklawn Park Community Improvement Organization. I reside in Oaklawn Park on Dean Street. Oaklawn Park is concerned about the development pressure and want to establish protection to maintain our deepest value neighborhood character and architecture. As a result of our community support of historic designation, 128 residents signed the petition of support, which is over the 51% needed to move forward in the historic designation process. This is why we as a community support rezoning petition 2020-037. As a resident, I'd like to speak to you because officially we would like to become a official historic district. Up to the COVID-19, we met monthly. We had at least 25 to 30 members in the tent. Oaklawn Park was created in 1950, and it was during the time of the latter racial segregation. Today, the brick homes and the split levels that the original owners occupy is well for neighborhood. The community still is included some of the original owners and their distinctives. I grew up in the Oaklawn Park. I then moved out and then returned 20 years later. It was like the neighborhood was in a time capsule from the 1960s. It looked like it did when I grew up there. And you ask why? It was the pride of the original owners they had in the community that they lived in. And they took plenty care in ensuring that Oaklawn Park was a safe and clean place. That is one of the reasons why the residents today work so hard to process this historic district so it can be a success. We honor the owners before us for caring about where they live. As gentrification moved through our Charlotte neighborhoods, for us, a historic district can be a tool to help Oaklawn Park residents pay tribute to the original owners, save our neighborhood character, as well as the rich history that we hold in our community. History that so many communities here in Charlotte simply has lost. Thank you.
I don't have Holly's name. So Miss Manuel, Mary Manuel on Jennings Street? Okay, Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? Aaron Sanders?
He's not with us either.
All right, is there anyone else?
Hello?
Christy Harps?
Hello?
Hello, who's this? Oh, there you are, Miss Manuel. You have 40 seconds.
Well, it's a working class African-American family neighborhood. We've been there for 65 years. This is our Mecca and we will continue to be ours. And now that you folks have found a bit of our paradise, you bring your aggregates and granular to make changes. If you want great bricks, buy great bricks. If you want a 2-story home, go build it in a neighborhood with 2-story homes. We are here to celebrate our parents and our grandparents' success in creating a neighborhood of significant African-American history and request that it be elevated to the status of a historic district on the National Register of Historical Places.
Ms. Manuel, I certainly appreciate you coming down to speak, and I'm going to ask, we've had our 3 minutes to hear from the neighborhood as well as from the staff. Now I'm going to open it up for questions. Is there anyone that has a question from the council?
Yes, there are questions from Councilmember Johnson, Eggleston, and Ms. Watlington at this point.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that, well, if Dave can back up a few slides, there were some dates on the slides on the various districts that are designated historical districts. Not the project timeline, but you go back, you were comparing the neighborhoods, and there were some dates.
Yeah, it was on the third slide, Holly, from the start of it. That one there, yep.
Oh. Well, I saw, I think there were some other areas that were designated as historical districts, and there were some dates.
Yeah, it should be
Yes,
the
the
slide
dates
that's
are
on
on
there
the
now.
screen now. 4th Ward, 1976, Dilworth.
Nonetheless, okay, I wanted to know what those dates were.
We're muted.
I think one of the dates might have been in the 90s. I wanted to know if that's when it was established as a historical district or if that's when it was built.
Those are the dates they were
Wilmore,
established.
and I think it was established.
It was established in the 90s?
Yes.
Yes.
The designation was.
Yeah,
The
Wilmore's been
designation.
around a long time.
Okay, everybody's
Yeah.
talking and nobody
Well,
can
I
hear.
wanted to see those
Guys,
dates,
we
but that's
can't-
okay. So another thing he said is the areas would not be eligible for grants if it's designated as historical. Is that what you said, Dave?
I'll have to ask Ms. Harps if she can clarify that. Christie's with our historic district. Christie, are you on? Can you clarify that point for me, please?
Yes, I am. There are no grants specifically due to historic district zoning overlay, no.
Okay, so when you said they were not eligible for grants,
It's
You meant-
specifically related to historic district designation. They would be eligible for any city grant that they would normally be eligible for. There's just no additional grants.
okay, good, okay. And then if a neighborhood wanted to start the historic designation process, what can they do? This seems like a tool against gentrification, and I'm thinking specifically right now, you know, this area and Hidden Valley and other areas. So what can neighborhood leaders do, or what can be done to start this
Absolutely,
process?
That's a great question. It starts with staff. You talk to me or Dave with the planning department, and we walk the neighborhood through the entire process.
Okay, and does it affect the sale of the home? Is there a special process that residents need to go through when they sell their home?
No, ma'am, no special process.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Eggleston?
Mayor, Ms. Johnson, at least on my screen, I think this is the slide you asked for, where it says the big number 6. It has the names of the districts, and I don't know. Well, maybe we're having more technology issues tonight. I'm looking at it on my screen, but anyhow, yeah, it was when they were designated, the earliest being in 1976, the latest being in 2010, not when they were built. But obviously, I'm excited about this. I mean, anytime something of historic preservation significance comes up, I'm excited about it. I do hope that this inspires, as Ms. Johnson said, other neighborhoods to consider this process, and I get asked about it a good bit in my district because so many of the older neighborhoods are in my district. But I do want, and I'm glad that we have staff that can help shepherd the community through this process, and thank you to all the community members who helped to go through this arduous process to get to this point. I do hope it inspires others to follow suit. I also want, Ms. Johnson asked about preventing gentrification, and I think that the historic districts can be a double-edged sword. I think that they can make sure that we're not tearing down houses that, like these, are more modest in size or maybe a better fit contextually into those communities, and replacing them with million-dollar mansions, which we see all throughout the city that don't really fit into the neighborhoods and do price people out of the neighborhoods. These designations do undoubtedly increase property values, which can be good if we identify communities that might be interested in pursuing this path that have a high rate of home ownership. because it can build equity for those longtime homeowners in those communities. Where we have a lot of rentals, which we do in some of our communities where people are being displaced, that rising property value can be translated into rising rent and can often be a reason for displacement. So I want us to proceed with caution on some of these, even though we've got communities that it is a good fit in and that are the majority of the residents are in favor of pursuing it. I'm always going to be an enthusiastic supporter. I just want to make sure that we're acknowledging that there is another side to this, that depending on the composition of the neighborhood, particularly around whether the percentage of renters versus owners, this could potentially cause the displacement that we might hope that it prevents. And so with that said, I'm excited to see this one, and I hope we see more of them. Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston, I think you make a great point. And now that the voters have approved the additional $50 million for affordable housing, I hope that when people come in and look at historic districts, the planning staff also points out to home ownership and how we can make more home ownership possible. I know that Councilmember Graham is looking at our framework, and I think that the only way to actually build equity and to keep these, the preservation, whether it be historic or just as an affordable unit, that we utilize our ability to help people underwrite their mortgages at an affordable rate that allows this kind of thing to happen. So really good point that you're making, and appreciate that. Ms. Watlington.
Two things. I'd just like, if there's any information on the front end, because I know that I've had a neighborhood or two in District 3 that has sought to do this and did not get very far down the path. So if there's anything that you have in the way of documentation as far as preliminary requirements, if you could send that, that'd be great. The second thing is, I was just curious as to what was the reason behind bifurcating Jennings Street?
But I'm sorry, the reason behind what?
Splitting Jennings Street.
Okay. Ms. Harps, can you address that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It was based on the neighborhood's input and where they traditionally define Oaklawn Park boundaries to be.
Okay. And was that, do you know, and maybe Councilmember Graham does, do you know if it was because they saw something particularly different about the architecture on the other side of the street, or did they say anything about what was distinguishing? I mean, I realize that Oaklawn itself, they consider that part of the neighborhood, but should we conclude that the neighborhood immediately adjacent to it along that street is not also eligible?
Not at all. It might be eligible as part of maybe Lincoln Heights or another defined neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mayor?
I'm sorry, who's, Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor? Yeah, Councilmember Graham video is down.
Okay.
Okay, we'll work on the video, and then please add Mr. Driggs and Mr. Graham to the list of speakers.
All right. Mr. Mitchell, do you have anything else? We're going to work on Mr. Graham's video.
No, ma'am. He just texted me.
Mr.
Driggs and Mr. Graham.
All right. All right, Mr. Driggs, will you start while we're waiting for Mr. Graham to get back on his video?
Mayor, I didn't have anything. My hand isn't up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are we close to Mr. Graham being available?
He may can speak, his video just may not be on.
Mr. Graham, can you speak through your microphone, even though we won't be able to see you as you speak? Mr. Graham? I don't think that's working. Okay, so I do know that Washington Heights is looking at this as one of the options for their neighborhood. There are lots of places, and I think it's a good thing that we're doing. We're going to have Mr. Graham come back and speak in a moment, but right now I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Move to close.
And a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. So let's start out with Mr. Eggleston. Motion to close the public hearing, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 to close the public hearing. We'll have Mr. Graham join us. He has the privilege to speak when he gets back on. All right, so with that, we'll get ready to proceed to item number 20. Petition 2020-073 by Blue Azalea, approximately 4.8 acres located on the north and south side of Sharon View, west of Colony. It's in District 6. The current zoning is residential, single family. The proposed zoning is urban residential, conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues and requested technical revisions as noted on your agenda. And so we'll have the staff presentation, and we have 3 speakers, Mr. Fields, Elizabeth McGregor, and Joe Diazzo. And so we'll have only 3 minutes because there's no one in opposition. So if you will organize your time and work together on that, that would be very much appreciated. So Mr. Patan.
Okay, thank you. 2020-073, 4.8 acres. It's on Sharon View Road. This petition does have 2 properties involved, one on the north side of Sharon Road, which is the bulk of the property, and then there's the small triangular piece there on the south side of Sharon View Road. The current zoning of this petition is R3. The proposed zoning is UR2CD. They are requesting 5-year vested rights on this petition. The adopted future land uses from the South Park Small Area Plan was adopted in 2000. Does recommend up to 12 dwelling units to the acre for the bulk of the site on the north side of Sharon View. The south side of Sharon View Road, that smaller triangular parcel, is actually under the South District Plan from 1993, which only recommends up to 3 DUA. However, in that case, since it's an older plan, we do apply the general development policies, and that does support the density requested for that 4.1 units to the acre that would comprise that smaller portion on the south side of Sharon View. The proposal itself is for up to 32 single-family attached dwelling units, be 6.6 dwelling units to the acre. 28 of those would be within that northern side, the larger portion of the property on Sharon View Road. Max building height is 40 feet, which is consistent with residential building height in the surrounding zoning districts. We'd have a 4-unit maximum within those primary structures. We do have an extension of Beauclair Avenue or Beauclair Street from the eastern side of that project, which is right next door. That's that little leg off the roundabout of Calvert Court. You can see a arrow that's going there left and right off Calvert Court. That's the extension of Beauclair. We also have a commitment to a bike ped connection from Sharon View Road to the northern extent of that site. That would also provide a potential extension to adjoining property to the north. That's that cul-de-sac there at the end of that proposed Peggy Lane off of Sharon View. We also have commitments to enhanced architectural details, which would include raised entrances, limitations on blank wall expanses, building materials, and other architectural components. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We have some resolution of outstanding issues that need to be addressed, also some technical revisions related to site and building design, transportation, and the environment. One of those is to clarify the right-of-way that would be at the end of that cul-de-sac and how that would be dedicated or conveyed back, and the width of it that could support both bike ped, may potentially support a future road connection as well. So again, staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of those outstanding issues, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
All right. We have Mr. Fields, Ms. McGregor, and Mr. Diazzo.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council and zoning committee. Walter Fields, representing Blue Azalea. Joe Diazzo is my client. He's here with us in case there are questions that come up. And Ms. McGregor is one of our neighbors, and I'm going to give some time to her in just a moment. Dave did a good job of covering the basics of this case. 2 small tracks, both infill pieces out in the South Park area. Next slide, please. The site plan is, as he described it, you can see just to the east, that's the Avignon development that we went through a rezoning with just a few years back. And it is done quite well, and we are now connecting to them as was required by their rezoning. We have created a linkage between Sharon View Road and our rear property line for a bike ped connection. This has been something that's been very popular with the community. It is one thing that we have been consistent from the very beginning in terms of our desire to make that connection, but we've been concerned also from the very beginning about that being a street which would tie to Fairview Road. Next slide, please. These are examples of the architecture of these units. These are townhomes. Each will have 2 garages as well as some surface parking. The architectural style is represented by these illustrations. The site plan contains a number of architectural notes, many of which have come to us by virtue of comments from the planning staff. Next slide, please. We began this process officially in February, meeting with the city staff, and there's a list there of all the neighborhoods that we have had meetings with, Zoom meetings and otherwise. We've had a well-attended electronic community meeting. We've had numerous conversations with the planning staff, CDOT, Stormwater, and they're committed to additional improvements along Sharon View, which will help both with a stormwater problem and a traffic problem. And we'll be sort of joint venturing some of that with Stormwater in a project they already have planned for the area. Next slide. This is a map which shows the street. The little blue dot there is the project site, and there was a request to have a public street connect through the site. We brought that up to the community at every meeting. They've had concerns about that, and let me stop at this point and ask Elizabeth McGregor, one of our neighbors, to offer her comments on that point.
Good evening.
Good
Can everybody
evening.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Hi, my name is Elizabeth McGregor, and I speak to you on behalf of the Mountain Brook Civic Association. My neighborhood is located within the same block as the Blue Azalea development. If you look at the yellow line, that is the first yellow line going south from the blue dot that's on the screen now, that is Mountain Brook.
I'm sorry, the 3 minutes are up. I think that we will have your council representative help us walk this through as well as the staff, I think. So we'll have to come back to you for that. So our first, are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari.
Can I start with a question to Elizabeth? Well, our rules on speaking are pretty hard and fast, but I'd like to ask you an open-ended question of, is there anything you'd like to quickly relate to us?
No, you
please?
can't ask that question, Mr. Bakari.
How do you guys feel about the street? Because honestly, that's probably the biggest concern that I have right now.
We do not want any type of
Let me tee it up for you, though. Let me tee it up for you because there's two
she
sides to this.
answered. I'm sorry, you asked the right question.
Yes, but I'm going to clarify it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
There are two, because I want to make sure all my colleagues understand this broader opposition that we have to figure out in the next month. I've heard from the neighbors, and we're going to hear from Elizabeth here in a second, of how they feel and how the petitioner feels. And then my second question is going to be to either CDOT or planning as it relates to their thought process so that we can at least see both sides of this as we figure it out. Elizabeth, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Go ahead.
That's quite all right. Thank you. We do not agree with a potential Cameron Valley Parkway extension because we believe that a bike pedestrian path is much better suited for our environment. It serves as a much better transition from the busy commercial district to our quiet residential single-family neighborhoods that have been here for a long time. Traffic conditions are extremely difficult, and one way to alleviate that would be to add more ways of being able to get around without using a car. So for instance, to support my point, the ULI report for South Park states that design for people, not cars. Although South Park has a variety of high-quality development projects, these projects are isolated and disconnected from one another. Stronger connections create better places and reduce traffic congestion, a large issue voiced by the community. Experience in other cities have demonstrated that if a place is designed around cars, cars and congestion will increase. But if a place is designed around people, more people will arrive and move without a car. In addition, walkability fosters profitability. Walkable neighborhoods are places where people stay longer, come back more often, and spend more money. In real estate, this is known as the place making dividend.
I'm going to have to rule that I understand what you're saying. If you'll submit your remarks to the clerk, we'll make sure they're included in the record. But I think the question was, do you agree with, how do you feel about it? So I'm going to go ahead and say, if we can move on. So Mr. Bakari, do you have any other questions for the staff or the petitioner?
Yeah, I just have one more, and I'll preface it by saying, there's a lot of good stuff in this development, in this petition. I mean, we have serious stormwater flooding issues around here. This goes a good way towards helping fix that. There's good sidewalks, as you've seen, and things. But for me, and I've been engaged in this one much earlier on than normal because there's been this issue. Help staff, whether it's CDOT or planning, help us understand the other side of this. Because I do understand the connectivity nature that you've been discussing, but I need to maybe in direct response to what we heard from Elizabeth.
We've got two people from CDOT. I don't know which. Ms. Hall, yes.
Lakeisha Hall with CDOT. So thank you, council member, for the question. We've been speaking to community members for the last few months in regards to the connectivity issue. And so in regards to the northwest portion of the site where they're showing the ped bike connection, after reviewing the area policies, the plans, the manual for street design, staff were recommending that area is reserved for the access for a street connection in the future, and that would be further reviewed upon the redevelopment of the site to the north. And so this also is very close to other rezoning petitions in the area that looks at connectivity to help alleviate traffic off of Sharon View. And then there's the South Park CNIP that required that this would be one of the key connections to create better mobility in the area.
Okay, so I think what we've got to do is we've got 30 days from this point until we approve it or deny it. And we need to come together on what I would interpret is probably the last material issue that has two sides to it and figure out something that is either the right material compromise or what is the right principled approach to what we're going to do here, because I don't see a path forward yet, unfortunately. And I hate for it to come for us to have to rule on this hard and fast. So staff, I would like you to just keep working hard. I know you have been, but on this topic, we need to come to a conclusion. And if we need to go sit down with the community every week for the next 4 weeks to make sure we all understand the perspectives, I think that's what we're going to have to do.
Questions? Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
No questions.
What? Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any other speakers? Hearing that, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
That's 6 votes to close the public hearing. Does anyone object to closing the public hearing? Hearing no objection, that passes unanimously. The next item is agenda item number 20. I'm sorry. Did someone say?
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Walter. Okay. The next item is agenda 21, zoning Petition 2020-052 by Selwyn Property Group for approximately 1 acre located on the west side of the intersection of East Boulevard and Scott Avenue, east of Kenilworth in District 1. The current zoning is neighborhood services, pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development, conditional pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design. So we'll go ahead and hear from our staff. And then, Mr. Brown, if you would coordinate with Gray Poole, Jeff Osborne, and Steve Schmidt for the 3 minutes that you would have to speak for the petition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-052 is 1 acre, a very prominent 1 acre in the Dilworth community at the corner of Scott and East Boulevard. The petition is the property is currently zoned NS with the pedestrian overlay. The current proposed zoning, is mud optional with the ped overlay. Next slide, please. This is under the East Boulevard Pedscape Plan, which does recommend multifamily retail on the subject site. The plan has text that supports a maximum building height of 75 feet at locations closest to East Boulevard. We looked at some of the maps that are also within that plan. There may be a little bit of a contradiction between the mapping and the text language that we're trying to clear up. Right now, we have a recommended text that says 75 feet. The proposed building height at 85 feet may be inconsistent with that. But again, we need to rectify a little bit of what could be a discrepancy between the map and the text language. So just want to point that out as we go through this. The proposal itself from 2020-052 is up to 80,000 square feet of office space or an option to do up to 170 residential units. There would be up to 10,000 square feet of retail. So that would be all ground floor retail. It does prohibit things like car washes, except as would be an amenity to any residences. Automobile service stations and EDEEs with accessory drive-through windows. We do have optional provisions that would include overhead encroachment into the East Boulevard streetscape to accommodate a cantilevered building design. Again, max building height is 85 feet. We'd have one entrance along East Boulevard with full access would be provided along Scott Avenue. We have architectural guidelines included, which would be preferred building materials, articulation commitments, limitations on blank wall expanses greater than 20 feet, as well as some things like pedestrian scale ground floor treatment along both Scott and East Boulevard, or Scott Avenue and East Boulevard. We do have residential terrace permitted for office or residential uses only. And then we also have treatments for the parking structure to ensure that vehicles are screened from view from outside through the use of parapets, grillwork, louvers, and other architectural features. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues to resolve related to transportation, site, and building design. As we mentioned, it is consistent with the East Boulevard Pedscape Plan for multifamily retail, but is inconsistent for the proposed office use. But again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following presentation by the petitioner.
Bill's still up. Is that? We're looking for Mr. Colin Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner.
There you are. Thank you.
And if just waiting on our slides to pop up, there we go.
Okay.
Dave did a great job on the overview, so I'll move through these quickly if I can keep moving. Thank you. So I'll kind of skip through you all. This is a very prominent corner. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Dave mentioned the height map on the corner. He's gone through that. So I'll tell you, we have been very actively involved with the Dilworth Community Association over the past couple of weeks. I think they are interested. I think they're actually excited about the use on the site, about this becoming something. I think this is a corner that everyone knows. So a priority is how this building looks. So the DCA had requested the development team provide put a little more meat on the bone. We have a lot of written development standards, but they were asking for some visuals. And mainly the priority, as per usual, is the public realm, what's on the bottom 3 floors of the building. So we provided some additional images. When we submit a revised plan, these will be incorporated into the package. I know there were no speakers from DCA tonight, but I do want everyone to know they are still involved in robust conversations with them. As recently as this afternoon, they've come back to us with asking for some additional architectural commitments. Our team continues to evaluate those. And we expect there will be additional commitments forthcoming prior to you guys seeing this item next month for a decision. one of the interesting things we think is the cantilever that Dave mentioned. This is something we see uptown a lot where property is very valuable, but what's really important is having this nice streetscape experience. So this is just a rendering of that, showing you how that looks on the bottom level, having a very wide pedestrian zone. And then you can see how this was illustrated out in the prior images. This could provide, especially in the times that we're in now, some maybe covered and shaded outdoor seating to function really neatly and continue to make the East Boulevard corridor just an active pedestrian-friendly corridor. So I'll stop there as we only have 3 minutes and be happy to take any questions. If you have detailed questions, Gray Pool with Selling Properties is on. We have our architect and engineer as well.
So how many time is left? 50 seconds. So Mr. Poole or Mr. Osborne or Steve Schmidt? Any of you like to make a comment? All right, if there are no comments, then we'll ask council if there are questions for the petitioner or the staff. And this is in Mr. Eggleston's area, and a few other people that are really closely associated with it in that same area. All right.
Mr. Eggleston has his hand raised, and so does Ms. Johnson. Mr. Eggleston and Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Eggleston, followed by Ms. Johnson.
I do as well.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem following Ms. Johnson. Mr. Eggleston, Ms. Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Brown pointed out there's not any speakers from the Dilworth Community Association tonight. I think that speaks to their confidence in the conversations they're having with the petitioner, that they're going to get to the same place before this comes to us for a vote. I know they had concerns around the lack of specificity on the appearance of particularly the street level portion of the building. Glad to see the petitioner addressing those. Also, as they always are, mindful of what materials are allowed in the petition. So the more we can hone in on that, I know they and I will be appreciative. There's some pedestrian safety issues that they've raised that I know are discussing with Mr. Brown. And then one of the things that was brought to my attention was just there is a lack of trees on the site now, notwithstanding the Christmas trees that will be there probably for the month of December, but permanent trees are lacking on this site. It's largely just a cleared site. So the tree save is going to be difficult there. What trees are existing on that site, I know they're mindful of, hoping that the petitioner will be mindful of during the construction phase, saving as many of the handful of existing trees as possible as they're starting to do the excavation. So appreciate the continued work with the community and appreciate your time tonight. I think that's it.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
I'll defer my question. Disregard. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Colin. I think this is going to be, it's going to be great to have a nice building on that spot. Mr. Eggleston, I'm going to have to go back and look at it tomorrow. I'm scratching my head to think if there's any trees that are on that lot at all. But either way, my question actually has to do with parking. Colin, it looks like the parking is all interior, so when we talk about screening, that it won't be visible anyway. Is that true, or is it just behind the site?
It's interesting. There will be a level actually of subterranean parking. So one lower level, and then there would be parking on this level. This is from Scott Avenue. And so we are providing active ground floor uses almost on the entirety of East Boulevard and most of Scott. There is an area here, this is parking, and then we do have parking on these levels. So we are, that is one of the items we're going back and forth with the DCA, and I think we're happy with the language that they've proposed on how that parking would be screened.
Okay, great. That's what I want to do, because screening is an issue I have across the city. I hope in the UDO we're going to tighten up what we consider to be actually admissible. But I don't.
like that's going to be an issue in this case.
So there would be parking behind here, and that's, I think, Dilworth's paying good attention to on this corner here, making sure the corner doesn't feel at all like there's parking back there. And so these are really the commitments that are being negotiated now, is how the corner holds that presence. And that's why we've kind of gotten to actually have some visuals so everyone's on the same page with what that could look like.
Okay, great, thank you. And I do hope that the trees that are in the picture and the vegetation does appear, because that would be an improvement. So thank you.
So, Mr. Brown, I have one question. Actually, I'd like to ask for a restriction from the staff to say that one of the vendors has to sell Epicurean biscuits. Okay.
It is amazing how many people remember. That was before my time, but every time we talk about this site, that's a longtime Charlottean, has an Epicurean story.
That's a deep cut reference from the mayor there.
That is true.
Yeah.
I know.
Miss Ajmira has her
Ms.
hand up.
Ajmira, I'm sorry, I did not realize I would not have taken your time. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Collin, is the first level, is there going to be retail?
There are active ground floor uses. You know, it's tough to say what retail is going to look like now, but everything, if you're looking plan view, if you're looking down on the site, Ms. Ajmira, all of this level is commercial ground floor uses. So I think we would love for that to be a very exciting retail or food and beverage concept, but there is a commitment that the ground floor will be active use.
Great, thank you.
All right, are there other members of council? All right, having no further questions.
Close the public hearing.
We have a motion by Mr. Eggleston, followed by Mr. Bakari. Mr. Eggleston, this is a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham must be taking care of that new grandboy of his. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
All right, is there anyone that objects to the closing of the public hearing? If no one objects, then the motion passes unanimously. The next petition is item 22, petition 2020-013 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors for approximately 0.6 cents of an acre located on the eastern side of the intersection of Tryon and Comma Street. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential commercial conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues on transportation, site, and building design. In this petition, we have 3 speakers, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Branch, and Mr. Bender. So after the staff does that, if we get ready for those 3 minutes, Mr. Carmichael. All right, Mr. Patton.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-013 is 0.6 acres. It's located on the eastern side of South Tryon and Comma Street, just south of Freeland Lane. The property is currently zoned R8. The proposed zoning is URC conditional. The area is from the, I guess we don't have our presentation up on the screen. One moment here. Looks like we're at that point. Okay, so the adopted future land use for this petition is from Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan. It does recommend residential uses up to 12 dwelling units to the acre. As we had mentioned, this proposal is for URC, and the development scenarios for this proposal are up to 18 single-family attached units, 50 multifamily dwelling units, and 50,000 square feet of non-residential uses. This would restrict non-residential uses to exclude things like drive-in windows, automotive sales, and fuel sales. Some of the restricted conditional uses include shelters, retirement communities, cultural buildings, child care centers, bike sharing stations, single room occupancy residences, et cetera. Max building height per the ordinance standards would be in place for this. The building height within 20 feet of the eastern property boundary would be limited to 50 feet. So that would be kind of a step back type scenario for part of the property for building height. The vehicular access would be from East Camas Street, and also we have multiple architectural standards for the different development scenarios that would be involved in this petition. Staff does recommend approval upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that residential use up to 12 dwelling units per acre, although one of the scenarios would support residential uses. It is within a half mile of the Scaly Bark Station. And again, we do recommend approval of this petition, and be happy to answer any questions following the presentation by the petitioner.
All right, so Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I've got a PowerPoint, but I don't know that I necessarily need it. Mr. Pettin did a good job going through the presentation. Let's see. The site is about 6/10 of an acre. It's located on the northeast corner of South Tryon Street, which is a state-maintained major thoroughfare, and East Camas Street, which is a city-maintained minor thoroughfare, and the site's within a half-mile walk of the Scaly Bark Transit Station. The request is to rezone the site to UR2 CD. The current zoning is R8. To the east of the site, you've got UR2 CD and Todd TR. To the a little further to the east, to the south, you've got R8 and U2 CD. To the north, you have R8 zoning. The church is located to the north of the site. You've got R5 across South Tryon Street to the west of the site. The development proposal is to allow, it's really an either 18 townhomes or 50 multifamily units or non-residential uses up to 50,000 square feet. As Dave mentioned, the uses would be limited to those allowed in the B1 zoning district. However, you could not have accessory drive-through windows. Likewise, automotive sales, service or repair, and fuel sales would not be permitted. There are architectural standards that are part of the petitioner's rezoning plan for each development scenario. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval, and we will address the outstanding site plan issues this week. With me tonight are Chris Branch and Michael Bender of the petitioner, and we're happy to answer any questions, and we certainly appreciate your consideration.
All right, are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner? Any questions? Hearing none.
I have hands from Mr. Winston, Ms. Ashmira, Ms. Isel.
All right, Mr. Winston, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I just have a question for planning staff as it relates to not just this property, but I guess the surrounding areas. It says that part of this plot is about half a mile away from Scaly Bark light rail station. Why wasn't this area included in the TOD realignment that we did last year?
All right.
Yeah, certainly. I can jump in and answer that one. It wasn't included in the TOD realignment. The realignment rezoning was based only on the parcels that were actually recommended in a station area plan for TOD uses. So everything that we brought forward in the alignment was intended to be consistent with adopted area plans. This one wasn't recommended for TOD uses in that plan. And so that's why it wasn't part of the alignment. It's certainly within the station distance areas for potential TOD zoning, but it wasn't part of any adopted station area plan that recommended it. So only parcels that were recommended for TOD in those area plans were brought forward for the alignment.
You wouldn't be able to give me the rationale as to why this was left off right now? You could give it to me in a follow-up report.
Why this, just so I understand, why this one isn't recommended for TOD?
Yes, just why.
Okay.
Why.
Yeah, we can certainly do that in a follow-up report. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
I'm good.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Mr. Winston asked my question as well, so I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Are there any other questions for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing no further questions.
Close.
I'm sorry. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Did you have a question?
No, I just moved to close.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Driggs is moved, and do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Driggs first and second. So we'll start with Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes to close the public hearing. Does anyone object to the closing of the public hearing? Not hearing any objection, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 23, rezoning petition 2020-042 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors for approximately 0.2 of an acre located east of South Tryon, south of Tri-Clan Drive, and it's in District 1. The
It's
current
actually in District 3, Mayor.
I'm sorry, it's District 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the correction. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is office conditional. Staff recommends approval related to upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design. We have 3 people to speak: Ty Schaefer, Chris Branch, and Michael Bender, to speak for the petition after the staff provides an overview. So we'll start with Mr. Patino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies on the oversight on the council district. As you mentioned, it is District 3. This is approximately 0.236 acres located east of South Tryon, south of Tri-Clan, and west of Dewitt Lane. The current zoning is R5. Proposed zoning this evening is O1 conditional. The adopted future land use is from the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan. It does recommend residential up to 5 DUA. There is a note in there that says, similarly, single-family properties on Ellenwood Place and Yorkshire Drive are recommended for residential at 4 DUA. However, if all property owners agree and the land is consolidated, redevelopment for TOD mixed use would be appropriate. If redevelopment occurs, street connections to DeWitt Lane and Tri-Clan should be provided. This is just a standalone piece, so we just added that note for context. If all those properties on Yorkshire and Ellenwood were somewhat consolidated into a larger block, we may consider TOD, but in this case, we have an O1 conditional request in front of us this evening. With that, the O1 is really just proposing parking for the site with some buffers and screening, some limited access off of Ellenwood Place. As you can see in the aerials, the site is currently used for parking and storage, I believe, of automobiles that are inoperable. So this would be certainly a cleanup of the site within the back of that neighborhood on Ellenwood Place. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. As mentioned, we do have some outstanding issues to resolve related to transportation and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that residential up to 5 DUA. However, we feel like it would serve as an interim buffer between TOD zoning and single-family residential uses, would certainly buffer all properties around the site, clean up the site that's currently being used, like I said, for, looks like storage of some inoperable vehicles. And we also have some possible amenities on the parcel, as well as a prohibition of dwelling units or habitable structures. So again, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
All right. So, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Branch, or Mr. Bender, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Ty Schaefer on behalf of the petitioner. Mr. Branch and Mr. Bender are here, happy to answer any questions you have. We're pleased staff recommends approval of the petition. We'll work to address outstanding issues. We're also going to continue talking to neighbors. I will note that the petitioner is going to be making some changes to the petition in response to feedback that we received at the community meeting. I have a PowerPoint slide. Show may not need to use that. Just to clarify a couple of points. The site is zoned R5, has not been used for residential uses. The O1 conditional request here, the limited set of uses would be uses only to serve development on the adjacent Todd TR parcels that front Tri-Clan Drive. So those uses would be, as Dave mentioned, off-site parking to serve those uses. If there's a residential development on the adjacent Todd parcels, there might be amenities on this parcel. Might be a location of trash and recycling handling areas that serve that use. But again, all those uses would have to serve the improvements and the uses on the adjacent parcels. This is a capture of the parcel from the site plan. Just a couple of things to point out. The dotted lines you'll see across most of the site, almost the entire site is covered by storm drainage easements, which really limits what any owner of this property could do with the parcel. The petitioner is proposing a single access point from Ellenwood Place. The initial petition request was that be limited to emergency vehicles, delivery vehicles, and service vehicles. One of the changes that will be made in response to feedback at the community meeting is that will only be allowed for emergency vehicle access. They will gate and key that access drive. So no risk of cut-through traffic, no delivery vehicles, no service vehicles coming out of the site that way. We're also going to be adding a 6-foot wooden privacy fence. There was a staff comment about adding a note limiting the parking that could be placed on this site and the combined development with the Todd parcels. Petitioner is willing to accommodate that request. Do want to note, I did receive an email today from Ms. Robinson, one of the neighbors, requesting an additional meeting between the petitioner and members of the community. We're more than happy to do that. We'll continue talking with the neighbors and hearing what any additional concerns might be and see how they might be addressed. Happy to answer any questions you all have tonight. Thanks.
All right. Are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner?
I have hands from Mr. Winston and Ms. Ajmira.
Mr. Winston, followed by Ms. Ajmira.
I guess this is an IBID for staff. Again, this site seems to be very close to Blue Line Extension. And let me give you a little more context. I have these questions a lot when there are these rezonings very close to the TOD realignment. And the reason, why I always ask this is because, it is to my memory that the realignment and those station area plans were supposed to kind of eliminate the kind of conditional rezonings that happen in this area to create a surety of what can be developed around station areas, and to kind of get away from this hodgepodge of stuff. So it would be very helpful for me to understand the methodology as to why parcels like this were left out of that realignment and why we should be considering conditional rezonings like this in those types of areas.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
I'm good.
Okay. I have to follow up on this one. This is zone R5 for housing, right? And the request is for office, but it backs up to a residential. I'm confused about why we're having the petition. I mean, I understand that people can petition for it, but I don't quite understand the recommendation for it. It just seems odd to me. So, just a thought. Okay, are there any other speakers? Hearing no other speakers, then do I have a motion to close? I'm sorry.
Close.
All right, Mr. Bakari, second by Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes. So is there anyone that objects to closing the public hearing? Since no one objects, that motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 24, petition 2020-076 by Greenberg Properties for approximately a half acre located at the northeast intersection of Parkwood and Allen. It's in District 1. The current zoning is neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues on site and building design. We have one speaker, Mr. Paul Pinnell, speaking in favor. So we'll have the staff presentation and then the speaker who will have 3 minutes.
I'm back, Madam Mayor. This is Malcolm.
I'm sorry.
I'm back, Madam Mayor. This is Malcolm.
Okay, Mr. Graham, we're going to give you a moment of personal privilege on the Oakline neighborhood historic district designation, Mr. Graham, when you have a moment. So
Thank you,
we'll
ma'am.
go ahead and get through this so that you can be able to present to us, hopefully. All right, Mr. Patine.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-076, it's about a half acre on Parkwood Avenue and Allen Street. It's in the Belmont community. The property is currently zoned B1. They are proposing a neighborhood services NS zoning district. This is from the Belmont Area Revitalization Plan, which was adopted in 2003. That plan recommends multifamily office and retail uses for the site. This proposal is for up to 22 multifamily dwelling units and up to 10,000 square feet of ground level retail, as well as a rooftop terrace within one single building on the site. We do have a restriction on auto-oriented uses allowed within the NS district, which would include accessory driving windows, auto service stations, auto sales, fueling, commercial car washes. So again, those would all be restricted uses. We do commit to transportation improvements, including an 8-foot sidewalk and planting strip along Allen Street, as well as Parkwood Avenue. We do have access for residential units through an adjacent alley, as well as, which would be improved there off of Allen Street. Architectural elements have been incorporated into the conditional notes, which would include preferred building materials, ground floor transparency, as well as articulated features for the building facades. 2020-076 staff recommendation is for approval. We do recommend it upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. It is consistent with the Belmont Area Revitalization Plan, which recommends that multifamily office and retail. And we do, again, recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Madam Mayor, can I make one point before the petitioner presents, please?
Certainly, Mr. Eggleston.
I just want to note, this is in the Villa Heights neighborhood, not in the Belmont neighborhood. It's across the street from the Belmont neighborhood, but I hope,
Got it.
he mentioned the Belmont
Please make
plan,
that
so-
correction on your agenda, Villa Heights instead of Belmont. All right?
It is, yeah, it would still be the Belmont area plan, but it is part of the Villa Heights community, correct? Sorry about that.
All right. So, Mr. Pennell, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners here to present petition 2020-074. Dave, thank you so much for the great presentation. And yes, Council Member Eggleston, we have been working with the Villa Heights Homeowners Association through this petition. So as you see here, it's a picture of the existing site. I believe this historically was a small engine repair, lawnmower repair commercial building that has since been vacant for quite some time now. But Dave's presentation was quite thorough, so I thought we would maybe go through to reach some of the more meatier parts of this particular petition. So it is requesting an NS district from B1 within a 4-story building with 10,000 square feet of commercial retail uses along the ground floor and multifamily uses on floors 2, 3, and 4 with a rooftop terrace. We wanted to provide a massing document here that kind of demonstrates what this proposed building would potentially look like here from a massing standpoint, adjacent the existing Parkwood Reformed Presbyterian Church, and also beyond on the other side of Parkwood, the recently approved Parkwood mixed-use petition with Verde Homes. I can dig into this a little bit more in detail, but this particular petition would be parked with a structured parking deck in the back. The lower level would be accessed directly off of Allen Street, and the upper level would actually be accessed through a improved alley. I wanted to demonstrate also that the existing topo on site is actually hiding quite a large portion of the structured parking that would be proposed in the back. So quick rendering here of the site plan demonstrating the improved alley off of Allen Street. That improved alley would actually continue as a one-way through over to Pegram, accessing the future light at the intersection of Parkwood and Pegram. The improved alley would actually access the upper level of the structured parking. The upper level structured parking would actually be utilized for the 22 residential units. The lower level would be utilized for the commercial uses on the ground floor, and then also utilized for the residents and after hours. The architecture, we have been working with Villa Heights and Merman's Architecture to come up with architectural renderings that would be provide some design characteristics of the mill character of the community. I think these massing and elevation studies helps to demonstrate that. This is a wonderful rendering that Merman's Architecture had completed for us. then also we can go into a few more details here if they come up in questions regarding specific community requests, and we can work through that if there are any particular questions regarding this particular petition.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner or the staff? Ms. Jackson?
Mr. Eggleston?
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Pennell, if whoever's controlling the slides, if you can go back to the community request one.
Yes.
So the 2 affordable units was a community request that you were saying on the residential side you cannot meet, but in lieu of that or separate from that, you're saying there is the possibility of affordable retail space being designated. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are 22 residential units that are being proposed here. None of them will be an affordable unit. However, the owner will be a future user of this particular site, and they have committed to utilizing some square footage of the ground floor retail space as an affordable retail space. We'll follow up on exactly what those metrics look like with you as we move forward.
I believe it was you that represented a project on 36th Street maybe last year where we did something similar to this and had a dedicated affordable retail space, or commercial space, which I thought was really unique, and I really liked in that project. I liked the idea of exploring it in this one as well. I hope that y'all are able to make that work. There was actually a good article about an area of North Tryon right now, Charlotte Agenda did this past week, that talked about this sort of commercial gentrification. We talk about residential gentrification. Mr. Bakari has often spoken of industrial gentrification, but there is a commercial and retail gentrification that is occurring as well. And we're losing a lot of these local businesses and small businesses that can't necessarily afford the high-end rents of some of the new developments in town. And so I do hope that I appreciate you continuing to find ways to work with your clients to incorporate this into some of these projects. I hope others will follow your lead, because I think that it is the next crisis we're going to face, in addition to the residential displacement that we're seeing, is that it's going to be harder and harder for small local businesses to find areas that are places that they can afford. So I love that component of it, and thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of that, Mr. Eggleston? Closing the public hearing, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
So that's 6 to close the public hearing. Is there anyone that objects to closing of the public hearing? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item number 25. And it is petition 2020-105 by Saratoga Asset Management. I'd like to be in Sarasota right now. For approximately 0.9 of an acre located at the eastern corner of Siegel Avenue and Van Every. It's in District 1. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is urban residential commercial. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of issues related to transportation, site, and building design. So we'll have a staff presentation, and Mr. Pennell will be back to address the petition for this item as well. All right?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-105, it's just under an acre on Siegel Avenue, just by Van Every Street. It is currently zoned Mud O. Proposed zoning this evening is URC conditional. It's from the Belmont Area Revitalization Plan, which does recommend residential office and retail for this site. The proposal is for up to 24 attached residential units within 4 buildings. Max height is 40 feet or 3 stories. Do commit to 1 affordable for sale unit at 50% AMI or lower for 15 years. Some transportation improvements proposed include an 8-foot planting strip and sidewalk along the site's frontage with Siegel Avenue and Van Every Street. Also commit to enhanced architectural elements, including rehabilitation of a portion of an existing structure on the site, as well as a prohibition of vinyl as a primary building material. Also some blank wall provisions to provide a little bit more of an architectural component to the site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is consistent with the Belmont Area Revitalization Plan recommendation for residential, office, and retail uses for the site, and staff will be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
All right. Mr. Pennell?
Good evening, Council. Thank you again for my third and final time. I'm Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners here to discuss rezoning petition 2020-105. I think there was a presentation that was delivered for this. I'm just waiting for that to come up. There we go. Just waiting for that presentation to come up. There are some details I would like to cover in this. So this was actually a portion of a previous rezoning petition that was 2019 that was approved just approximately about a year ago. Within this particular petition, we have needed, after doing some on-site investigation of the existing on-site conditions, there are some required changes that were necessary regarding the 2 existing buildings on site. Let me see if I have control here of a petition. I still do not see that. But we are currently requesting from a MUD O district to a URC for 21 residential units and approximately 3,000 square feet of commercial uses that will be adaptively used within a single building on site. Dave had presented that there is an affordable unit that is currently being committed to within this development. There is going to be a slight modification to that. We've been working with Miles Vaughn with House Charlotte on this particular petition to actually earmark one of those retail units on site under the Charlotte Housing for Heroes program. So we'll actually be committing and referencing that within the development conditions to utilize that program within this petition. There we go. Thank you so much. Let's see here. So the previous petition actually included all of the existing buildings on site. I can go into some more detail on that if there are any questions regarding why those buildings are not being adaptively reused. But today, just providing a diagram here of what's being kept on site. It's the purple square there that you can see is actually the one existing building on site that's being committed to remain. The other 2 hatched buildings will need to be removed. Currently being proposed are 21 townhome units at the corner of Siegel and Van Every. Van Every will be improved. And again, we will be utilizing the Charlotte Community Heroes Home Ownership Program under this particular petition. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
All right. Are there questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Ma'am.
Mr. Eggleston.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. Mr. Pennell, can you go back to the picture you have? I'm looking on Google Maps, but I'm not able to get as good a one as you had.
How about that one right there?
Those are the 2 buildings that are coming down?
So the beige building on the right will be removed, and then a portion of the gray building will remain. There's a portion of the gray building, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse pointer here, but the portion of the gray building that is closest to the railroad will remain.
Okay. Yeah, I can't get a good angle on Google Maps, but anyhow, despite the fact that I never like old buildings coming down, again, just to quickly give credit where credit is due, I think you said retail, but I assume you meant residential when you were specifying about the Housing for Vets program.
Correct. So within this particular use, it would be a retail use, possibly a local office. The petitioner is actually exploring upfitting it and making it their corporate office. And then to your point earlier, to your previous question, yeah, the affordable unit on site would be under the Charlotte Heroes for Housing program.
So that doesn't change the 50% AMI. It would just be specifically for a veteran who was looking for a home ownership opportunity.
So our understanding is that program is actually, it's an 80% AMI, but the unit would actually be restricted for teachers, nurses, police, firemen. It has a very specific category of whom would be eligible for that particular unit.
Got it. All right, well, again, it's a place we know we have a need. We have a lot of affordable units for rental coming online, but not nearly enough as we try to create sort of a ladder for folks to work their way through the different levels of area median income as it relates to renting and find an opportunity to get into a responsible home ownership opportunity. And this is just that. So again, thanks for always trying to find a way to include these in your project and not coming to us with hands out looking for help to do it.
You are welcome.
All right, is that a motion to close, Mr. Eggleston?
Anyone else is inclined to speak?
Does anyone else want to speak? No, I think that's it.
Motion to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Aye.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
That's 6. So is there anyone that objects to closing the public hearing? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 26, petition 2020-113 by Catalyst Capital for approximately 6.9 acres located along the south side of Wilkinson. It's along the west side of Berry Hill. It's in Council District 3. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development with a community center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We have Mr. Brown as the signer, so sign up to speak for the petition. So we'll hear from the staff and then followed by Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-113 is just under 7 acres on Wilkinson Boulevard and Berry Hill Road. The current zoning is I-1, light industrial. The proposed zoning is TODCC, Transit Oriented Development Community Center. The adopted future land use for this parcel is from the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan, which was adopted in 2007. It does recommend warehouse distribution for this site, as well as some of the surrounding parcels on Wilkinson Boulevard, in a pedestrian-oriented form that did anticipate a future transit line. This site is within 0.15 miles from a proposed future transit station for the Cat Silver Line. That plan anticipated the West Transit Corridor as a proposed streetcar line, which would run along West Moorhead Street as well as Wilkinson Boulevard. The site associated with this petition is part of that segment that would be proposed in the Silver Line Light Rail Transit Corridor and within, like I said, a quarter mile of that proposed Remount Road LRT station. CATS has provided us with some information from their end that talks about being supportive of transit-oriented development within a quarter mile of their future future transit station areas. And so they are supportive of TOD in this area as they continue to study this Silver Line alignment, as well as some of the land use planning that's going to go along with that corridor. So as it stands, the petition is inconsistent with the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan. However, it is, like I said, within that quarter mile of the proposed Remount Road Transit Station, and both staff as well as CATS support the TOD district within that proximity. That is consistent also with the adopted TOD ordinance. So we do recommend approval of this petition. It is a conventional TOD district, so there's no site plan or conditions to go over with council at this time. Be happy to take any questions.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes on this petition.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Dave's done a great job in the overview. As he mentioned, this is a conventional, so we don't have a site plan to show. I do have a presentation that basically covers what Dave covered. So happy to take any questions you have, but in the interest of time, we'll pause and see if you have questions.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner? This is in Ms. Watlington's district. Ms. Watlington, do you have any questions?
None.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Watlington, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, all in favor, Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? That's 6 votes in
Yes.
support of closing the public hearing. Is there anyone object? I don't know what that is. Anyone object to the closing of the public hearing? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item 27, petition number 2020-114 by Freedom Drive Terminal, location of approximately 6 acres located at Little Rock Road, north of Fred Alexander. It's in District 3. The current zoning is neighborhood business Lower Lake Wiley protected, and single-family residential Lower Lake Wiley protected. The proposed zoning is light industrial Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have one speaker, John Riordan, to speak in favor of the petition. So we'll hear from the staff and then from Mr. Riordan. All right.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-14, 6 acres, just located off of East Little Rock Road, north of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard and south of Old Mount Holly Road. The current zoning is B1 and R4. Both have a Lower Lake Wiley protected area overlay on those sites or on that parcel. This proposal is for I1. It would also maintain that Lower Lake Wiley protected area zoning overlay on the site, even if rezoned. The adopted future land use from the Northwest District Plan, which is from 1990, does recommend multifamily for the B1 zone portion of the site, and then single family at less than or equal to 4 dwelling units to the acre for the R4 zone portion of the site. This is a conventional petition to just go to I1. Staff does recommend approval. While it is inconsistent with that Northwest District Plan, the site is adjacent to some heavy industrial uses, a Duke Energy substation, as well as a railroad corridor on the back side of the property. The site's really just south of that heavy industrial tank farm and those uses along Old Freedom Drive and Old Mount Holly Road. It's likely not well suited for or compatible for residential uses, given the industrial uses and zoning that are around it. So staff does feel that the change to an industrial designation is appropriate. We do recommend approval. Like I said, it's conventional, so no conditional notes to speak of, and we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. Riordan's presentation.
All right, Mr. Riordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, staff, for your time tonight. There's not much of a presentation here. It's a pretty straightforward plan here. We do have a site plan that we weren't asked to necessarily submit. It's a plan for a 4,800 square foot auto shop to run a basically roadside service out of for towing and roadside repair. I'd be happy to take any questions, but otherwise there really isn't much more of a presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Mr. Winston.
Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I would just love to talk to staff sometime this month. Obviously, this petition has some similarities to one of the decisions that we had, but implicitly, it feels like a totally different land use decision. I'd love to get a better understanding about what these protected areas actually mean, as well as if this was at one point in time in 1990, this area was seen as a place for single family housing. How do we get there 30 years later that this seems like an implicit place to put heavy industrial? How do you kind of erode that plan over time? So I'd love to talk to staff over the next month about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So any other comments? Mr. Winston, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
There are a couple other hands up, but
so who?
I have my hand up.
Ms. Ajmira.
Ms. Ajmira, is your hand up?
And Ms. Johnson.
Yes. And Ms. Johnson.
And is also up.
I'm sorry, I can't,
And Ms. Watlington. So that's Ms. Ajmira, Ms. Johnson, and Ms. Watlington.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you.
My hand is up as well.
I have Ms. Watlington. I have Ms. Ajmira, Ms. Johnson, followed by Ms. Watlington,
And then Ms. Isel.
and Ms. Isel.
Okay, so I guess why does this not have any design plan?
Because this is a conventional rezoning. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Patin.
That's correct. It's a convention.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, it's hard for me to support something. Again, this is, as Mr. Winston said, this is very similar to what we approved earlier, except it's a different use. And there was so much improvement that was proposed on the earlier one, especially with the open space and infrastructure improvements, buffer, and so on. So without having a plan in place, I don't know if I can support it. That's all. Thanks.
Ms. Patin, can you explain the difference between the conventional and the conditional zonings?
Yeah, I mean,
There's some rules around both, and I don't remember what they are, but they
they
are.
would still need to provide open space and tree save and buffers. That's just subscribed by the current ordinance. And so the conditions would be no different for when them submitting a permit to do it by right. They would still have to adhere to all the ordinance requirements for separation of uses, buffers, like I said, screening, open space, tree save, any other requirements that are found in the ordinance would still apply. So that's what they would be dealing with once they got into any kind of permitting situation under I-1.
So yes, I understand, but that's regulatory. What we have seen in the one that we approved earlier was going above and beyond what is required. So, okay, well, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback off Councilmember Winston's comments. I'd also like to be in that meeting because when we're looking at protected water area and these types of issues, it's us as council members that are held accountable for staff's decision. So I'd like clarity as well, what these designations truly mean to the community. That's all. Thank you.
That's a great idea, because I don't think we've ever actually sat down and talked about what these areas mean for some of the newer council members. So it's probably, before we had this, we would have lunch meetings where we could go through some of these educational items, but obviously we're not able to do that now. And so we'll have to figure out a way to get that done in a way that works to explain some of these more technical issues of what they mean. Thanks for the suggestion.
Well, thank you, and perhaps we should educate the public as well, because they rely on that protected classification. So if that designation is up for interpretation, or we need to be clear on what that means, I think that it would help the council members, old and new, and also the public as well.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
I just would like to point out my earlier concern about the beginning of the end has so quickly come upon us. As Councilmember Driggs mentioned earlier, it appears that our area plans are irrelevant at this point. And so I'm just concerned that as we position this Comp 2040 work, that we don't lose engagement because people feel like we're going on a boondoggle because we've clearly already decided what we're going to put where. And to the residents, I would just say the writing's on the wall, get out while you can.
All right. Do I have a motion to close from you, Ms. Watlington? Oh, I'm sorry, we have Mayor Pro Tem still to speak. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I want a little bit more information on this area as well, because you are putting it in the middle of a residential, and then it changes the plan, which is a 1990 plan. But on this one, I will go, as I did for that last one, back to planning and figure out what is intended for this area. It's, we're in a catch-22. It's not approved, but we need some guidance on this.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, is there anyone else that would like to weigh in on this one? Hearing that, Mayor Pro Tem, could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on that motion. Mayor Pro Tem? Motion to close?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
That's 6 votes to close. Is there anyone that objects to the closing of the public hearing? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item 28. And item 28 is 2020-115 by Crosland Southeast for approximately 2 acres on the west side of Pecan Avenue in District 1. The current zoning is general business pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, urban center, pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We'll hear the staff presentation. And on item 28, Mr. Brown, Mr. Spear, and Mr. Sidema are signed up to speak. So 3 minutes for all 3 of you to speak. So you guys work that out, and Ms. Patine.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-115 is 2 acres on Pecan Avenue. It's just on the other side of Independence Boulevard at the intersection of Pecan and Commonwealth. The existing zoning is B2 PED. The proposed zoning is TOD UC. The proposed or adopted future land use from the Plaza Central Pedscape Plan does recommend multifamily office retail. The multifamily is at a density of greater than 12 units per acre. And as mentioned, the proposed land use also recommends office and retail uses for the majority of the site. There is a portion of the site that doesn't have a recommended land use. There was an area that we recently rezoned back in earlier this year through 2020-036. It was some old leftover right-of-way for Independence Boulevard that didn't have a zoning designation, so that's why you also don't see a plan designation. But that's would all be encompassed within this petition under 2021-15, and that would then all go, like I said, to TOD UC that's being proposed this evening if it's approved. The staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is a conventional TOD. It is consistent with the Plaza Central Pedscape Plan recommendation for multifamily retail and office. It would be within a quarter mile of the proposed Pecan Avenue station along the Lynx Silver Line. It's also just over a quarter mile from the proposed Lynx Gold Line Plaza stop at the intersection of Central and the Plaza. So it does fit the TOD criteria, and it is supported by the policy under that Plaza Central Pedscape Plan. So again, staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to answer questions following the petitioner's presentation.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of Crosland Southeast. Dave gave a good overview, and this is a conventional, but I think the site warrants just making a couple points. So when our presentation is up, if I could just, we're good, thank you. So as Dave mentioned, I just want to point out to folks watching, this is an area and a parcel that has gotten a lot of attention kind of at the corner here, and Dave says pecan, I say pecan. So I just want to point out, we're only talking about the 2 acres that are closest to Independence. And within this area that's highlighted in blue, there's really only a portion of an existing building. So just want everybody who's maybe watching from home understand this is really kind of the vacant portion of the site and only the portion closest to Independence. That's a look at it from the street. And as Dave mentioned, I think worth pointing out, we've been talking a lot about these TOD zonings. This is the first one that I've worked on that is in close proximity to 2 transit stops. So there's Future Silver, there's Future Gold. So really kind of magic site for future transit. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the TOD. We are proposing the UC. And this, again, this is a TOD UC conventional. So there's not a site plan, they're not development standards or commitments. So this next bit of information is just general information for the council. It should not be part of your decision-making on this rezoning because it is not a condition, but I do want you all to know that beyond the scope of this rezoning are 2 buildings that have been there for a long time. As you know, Councilmember Eggleston is very interested in buildings that have been around for a long time. And so the Crosland team is actively working with the Historic Landmarks Commission for a local designation for both of these buildings. And then potentially we hope a long-term conservation easement for this building here. So again, that is general information for you all. Happy to answer your questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Patina or Mr. Brown?
Yes, there are questions from Mr. Winston, Ms. Ajmira, and Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Winston?
I'm sorry, I just did not put my hand down.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Here.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
I didn't put my hand down either, sorry.
Ms. Ajmira, let me go back to make sure. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, I did not put my hand down either.
And Mr. Eggleston,
Mr. Eggleston?
Hand is up on purpose. Just wanted to thank the petitioner. When this site there were a lot of interested parties in this site, and as I started to have those discussions with the folks who were bidding on this very expensive parcel, many of them told me that my hope that we could save the two historic buildings in the back, which were part of coal manufacturing and are about 100 years old, that was not going to be plausible given the inevitable cost of this parcel. Crosland has been very accommodating to that request, have come up with some really cool ideas of what can be done with those buildings. And so I'm excited about that. And I do think that given the proximity to two different transit lines, a higher intensity here is called for, but I'm greatly appreciative of their finding a way to make it work. Even though a lot of folks said it couldn't be done, they've done it. So thanks to them for going through the process of making sure that we preserve these.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Eggleston, could I have a motion to close, please?
Close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem? The vote.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that's 6. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is unanimously passed. The next item is item number 29, rezoning petition 2020-117 by Vulcan Materials for approximately 15 acres on the east side of Old Nations Ford Road, south side of Hebron in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily residential and light industrial, and the proposed zoning is general industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition. So with that, we'll have the staff presentation. And on this petition, we have 2 speakers, Ms. Todd, Suzanne Todd, and Denise Talent. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-17 is 15 acres. This is on Old Nations Ford Road and Nations Ford, as well as East Hebron Street. The current zoning is R17 MF as well as I1. The proposed zoning is I2 General Industrial. The adopted future land use for this proposal is from the Southwest District Plan. That plan does recommend industrial uses for the eastern portion of the site, and then multifamily greenway uses for the western portion of the site. As you can see, the rest of the area around this proposal is also recommended for industrial uses. If we go back up to the zoning slide, also just wanted to highlight the same. I2 is the predominant zoning around this, as well as some of that R17 on Nations Ford, and then I1 and I2 on the north side of East Hebron Street. This is a conventional petition as well. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the Southwest District Plan recommendation for industrial uses for that eastern portion of the site, and then it is inconsistent with that recommendation for multifamily greenway use for the western portion of the site. It's in an area that's has a predominant industrial uses west of Nations Ford Road. The current multifamily zoning is not particularly suitable for residential development due to that proximity to the existing quarry to the east and south of the site. and the request would also align the zoning designation with other operations and zoning to the east and south of Old Nations Ford Road, as well as East Hebron Street. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following Ms. Todd's presentation.
All right, so we'll start off with Ms. Todd. Ms. Todd? Hi, Suzanne. We can't hear you.
Ms. Todd, you're on mute.
Am I?
Ms. Todd, are you?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Zoning Committee. Suzanne Todd on behalf of Vulcan Materials Company, the petitioner. With me is also Denise Hallett. She is Vice President of Community Relations for Vulcan. Vulcan, as you may know, is the nation's largest producer of construction aggregate. Next slide, please. And slide after that. We could skip. Okay. As you can see in the middle of this, Vulcan owns 330 acres in this area. It has been a mining operation since 1969, and Vulcan's been operating it since 1975. The proposed 15 acres is highlighted in pink, sort of at the top of the page, and that represents less than 5% of Vulcan's property in this area. Although this is a conventional rezoning, so of course council will need to consider all potential uses of this I-2 proposed property. For our purposes, what Vulcan intends to do with it is it will be shifting its operations slightly eastward in order to maximize its use of this existing quarry site. As an additional benefit, it will be shifting operations away from neighborhoods across the street and across from Nations Ford Road. Again, this will allow Vulcan to fully utilize this site. The property will then, assuming it does get rezoned, will need to be incorporated into the state mining permit, and then it'll be subject to state mining regulations. City of Charlotte does also require a city zoning mining permit, which will subject the property to city zoning ordinance and mining regulations as well. Although not required, we had a community meeting. It was very positive. Next slide. Next slide. And the slide after that. And, you know, Vulcan continues to be a good neighbor and values its involvement with this community. And slide, next slide. Just in summary, we're shifting operations, not expanding them. You know, there's no increased intensity of operations. A small portion of this rezoning is consistent but reasonable in light of existing uses in area. And then this property will be governed by state and city regulations regarding mining. Again, thank you, staff, for its assistance in this matter. Thank you for your attention tonight. And Denise and I are available to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Ms. Iselt?
Ms. Iselt?
Yeah, this isn't a question. I just want to say to my colleagues, I had a chance to tour this quarry site, I think a year or two ago, and it's really fascinating. It was just stunning to me that it was right in the middle of Pineville and Charlotte, and I really recommend that anybody who has the opportunity, Vulcan was very welcoming in giving me a tour, so I highly recommend you do it if you're able to. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Eggleston.
Mr. Eggleston?
That was hand up from last time.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else's hand up? All right. Mr. Eggleston, can you give me a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second. Mr. Driggs? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Those are 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone that objects to the closing of the public hearing? If there are no objections, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our on our agenda is item 30, petition 2020-118 by TWG Development for approximately 9 acres located off District Drive between W.T. Harris and Shorthorn Street in the University area. It doesn't tell me if it's in anyone's district or not. The current zoning is office conditional. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And on this petition, I believe we have Mr. Travis Vincel speaking in favor and Joan Roberts speaking against. So we'll have the staff presentation, and Mr. Vincel will have 10 minutes, followed by the person in opposition, Ms. Roberts, with 10 minutes, and then Mr. Vincel will have 2 minutes to rebuttal, and then we'll open up for questions. So, Mr. Patine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to confirm, this is in Council District 4, so this would be Ms. Johnson's district. I apologize for that oversight. This is 2020-118. It's just over 9 acres on Harris Boulevard and Shorthorn Street and District Drive. The existing zoning is O1 CD, which is office conditional. The proposed zoning is for R12 MF. Adopted future land use from the Newell Area Plan does recommend office uses for the site. That's likely a holdover from the office zoning that was in place as part of the conditional plan that was approved out here.
Wonderful. Let's not tell my boss.
What? Please put yourself on mute.
And you're on.
Ms. Todd, put yourself on mute, please.
Yes, you need to mute.
Thank you. Again, this is a conventional petition, and staff does recommend approval. It is inconsistent, with the Newell Area Plan recommendation that was amended by 2005-024 for office uses. However, if staff feels that multifamily housing is an appropriate transitional use between the single-family neighborhood to the northwest and Harris Boulevard, the request for residential uses in this location is reasonable as the site is proximal to existing neighborhood services and also can be accessed through adjacent single-family neighborhood pedestrian infrastructure by means of a 3/4 mile walk. Building community around the neighborhood services and overall objective of the Newell Area Plan. The petition also achieves the plan's land use objective of encouraging a range of housing types and densities that would meet the need of different types of households. So again, staff does recommend approval. This is a conventional petition. We'll be happy to answer any questions following the petitioner's presentation and the presentation by community members.
Okay, Mr. Vincel. Is he on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Travis Vincel with
So you have 10 minutes, but you don't have to take all of them.
And I do not plan to take all of them.
Thank you.
Staff's report is very well written report. We appreciate working with them over the last few months. TWG is one of the nation's largest affordable housing developers. We develop across the country. However, this is our first project that we're looking at bringing to the Charlotte area and to North Carolina. We develop projects through the federal government's Section 42 programs, which are 9% and 8% deals that vary between 30% and 60% of AMI for our residents. We look to take this project after zoning to submit to the state for approval of a project in January, and we will be hearing from the state sometime later in 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions, but as staff said, this is a conventional rezoning, and we'll be going through the site plan process as the next steps as we move forward with this project.
All right.
With that, I'll yield my rest of my time to after opposition and any questions that council might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Roberts?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine, and you have 10 minutes to speak in opposition, but as I said to Mr. Vincel, that you don't have to take all of them. If you want to just finish early.
10 minutes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joan Roberts, and I'm a resident of the Back Creek Farms community off of W.T. Harris and Rocky River Road. And I'm asking that you do not approve the proposed development R12 multifamily residential projects due to the driving congestion and the limited driving spaces. There are approximately 192 homes in our community, which most households have 3, 4, or more cars. During the math, 768 vehicles coming and going daily, just in the farms, not counting service or delivery vehicles. There's also a new development across W.T. Harris, adjacent to Central Piedmont College, where I understand there will be at least 300 or more homes, residential homes. I understand the city has to grow and expand for incoming residents, but do you have to fill every available lot and cause current residents to suffer the pain of city growth? When is enough enough? I am asking you, do not approve the rezoning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And a lot of the residents in my community here, because I live right on the corner where they're going to build, feel the same way. I mean, it's a nightmare almost now just trying to get out of here in the mornings. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vincel, you may have rebut what Ms. Roberts said, if you would like to. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. As we go through the planning process and site plan, if assuming this zoning moves forward, we'll be working with staff to make sure that we limit the congestion and traffic as much as possible. This property is currently zoned for office, and office would most likely have a greater demand of traffic, especially at the peak hours when everyone would be coming or going from their office, at least prior to COVID. And where a multifamily project would spread those daily trips out much more evenly over the entire day, which therefore would actually bring down the level of service required as a result of this project. But we'll be happy to work with staff and work with the neighbors to make sure that we do everything we can to mitigate any congestion that our project might feel that brings to this. We, again, just believe this is the appropriate place, as staff points out in their report, to add diversity of housing types and more housing of multi-types to the area along EWT Harris Boulevard in Charlotte. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, do we have questions for the petitioner or the resident in the area or the staff?
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to know, I've asked all along since I've been on council, we know that when we are looking at these zonings transactionally or one by one, that they may not generate enough trips to warrant a traffic study. However, with the growth in District 4, the cumulative growth does have an effect on the residents. So I've worked with CDOT, and Lakeisha Hall is always amazing. And we've talked about something called a transportation technical memo. Is there anything that we can do for this development or for this developer, or to take a look at on how this will impact traffic, especially since there's a pending development? We're hearing from the residents, this is not NIMBYism. There is a lack of infrastructure to support all of the growth in the district. So is there anything we can do to assess the impact of the growth and traffic on this area?
All right, Ms. Hall, are you going to take this one?
I'll turn this over to my colleague, Robin Byers, please.
Okay. Ms. Byers.
Robin's great too, thank you.
Hi. So what we can do is, after the rezoning either goes through, we will look at it during permitting and do the trip generation to see if that triggers a TIS. If there are other concerns, we can look at the tech memo option and talk with the petitioner about it at that time.
So the TIS, we know it has to be like 2,500 trips. There's something called the technical memo that you guys described to me that can be requested if it doesn't meet the requirements of a TIS? Is that something we can take a look at for this petition?
Absolutely, we can look at that. So what we'll do is we'll look at concerns in the area and see if it warrants that. At this point, we don't know enough about the site to know the full situation, but we will look into that during permitting.
Okay, and we can talk offline, because I'd like to not just look at this petition. I'd like to look at the petitions that have been approved or that are pending in the last year. We need to really, and I've asked this before, a comprehensive or a strategic or a cumulative view of the growth in these fast-growing areas. That's all. Thank you.
I think Ms. Johnson raises a point that she's addressed before, and I think that she's asked about this a couple of times, and the question has always been, how do we look at zoning? I mean, how are we as a council allowed under state law rules that we have for looking at petitions individually and collectively? So I think that when we have that session about like protected areas, maybe we should talk a little bit about transportation and the impact of whether we look at it collectively or separately. That might be a good one because it's been raised a couple of times. All right, so are there other questions?
Ms. Watlington.
Ms. Watlington?
Question for the resident, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I have a question for the resident.
All right. Go ahead and ask the question.
Ma'am, forgive me, I don't have your name in front
Oh,
of me.
I'm sorry. Her name is Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts.
Young Roberts. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. This is Councilmember Watlington. I just wanted to know, you mentioned that other neighbors feel the same way you do. I'm just curious, are you all organized in a neighborhood organization?
I'm on the HOA, but I'm not speaking for the HOA. I'm speaking for myself as a resident.
Got you. Okay. What I'd like to see, if you're able to, is just as the residents over off of Morris Chapel were able to organize and present a collective community voice, I would love to see more of that going forward. So if there is anything that you can do to organize the other members of the community that you believe feel the same way you do, that would be most helpful.
Okay, I know a few of the residents did send a email in. I think one sent it in today and one sent one, I think, Friday.
Understood. Keep those coming, please. We want to hear from you. And my last question is, are you a registered voter by chance?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for the petitioner or the speakers?
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion to move to close by Mr. Driggs. Do I have a second? A second, please.
Second.
All right, Ms. Johnson. All
Yes.
right. So with that, we'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, close
Yes.
the vote. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone that objects to closing the public hearing? Hearing no one objecting, then the motion passes unanimously. The next petition is item number 31, petition 2020-119 by the maintenance team for approximately 9.7 acres on Shopton Road. It's in District 3 or outside of, I'm sorry, it is not yet in District 3. It's close to District 3, and it's outside the city limits. The current zoning is single-family residential with an airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is general industrial conditional airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions related to site and building design. So we have 5 speakers on this, and they all are speaking in favor. And so we'll have the staff make their presentation, and then Mr. Main and Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Main, if you'll start, this is Kent Main, who's now retired, so welcome back to the zoning meetings, Mr. Main. And then Mr. Carmichael, I'm assuming that you're organizing the following three speakers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll have the staff presentation first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-119 is approximately 9.78 acres. It's on Shopton Road, just east of Steel Creek Road and west of Pinecrest Drive. The existing zoning for this parcel is R3 with an airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is I2 conditional, also maintaining that airport noise overlay on that should the property be rezoned. The area plan for this parcel is from the West Side Strategy Plan, which recommends office, business park, or industrial uses on this site. The proposal is for up to 1,000 square feet or 1,000 square foot building, along with any permitted accessory structures that may contain offices, light industrial uses, contractor offices, or outdoor storage, along with other permitted uses in the I-1 zoning district. Max building height of 55 feet. Does prohibit uses at the site, which include things like adult establishments, car washes, banks, EDEs, retail, and other uses that are still listed or that are listed in the conditional notes. Do permit phasing of the construction of the principal building to go through multiple phases of development. It does provide a 5-foot buffered bike lane, an 8-foot planting strip, and 6-foot sidewalk along Shopton Road. So we do have some transportation improvements involved with this petition. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There's some technical revisions related to site and building design that need to be clarified and cleaned up prior to zoning committee and any decision. As mentioned, the petition is consistent with the plan, West Side Strategy Plan from 2000, which recommends office, business, park, and industrial uses for the site. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioners. And Mr. Main.
All right. Mr. Main, remember we have 3 minutes here, so Mr. Main, if you could take that in consideration for the other speakers.
Well, I'm not part of the main team here. I'm a resident and a board member of the Eagle Lake community, which is directly north of this property. In general, we are supportive of what they're proposing based on the limitations they provided. We have opposed some I-2 heavy industrial uses joining us in the past, but we believe that what they're proposing is generally a good proposal.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Main. Good to see you. All right. Mr. Carmichael.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the maintenance team. With me tonight are David Kreutzer, the petitioner, David Jarrett, and Austin Watts of Kimley Horn and Associates. As Dave said, the site contains just under 10 acres. It's on the north side of Shopton Road between Still Creek and Pinecrest Drive. Across from the site, directly across Shopton Road from the site, is an office industrial warehouse park, which the petitioner is currently a tenant. So the petitioner would like to rezone the property and move its operation across the street. The site is currently zoned R3, and the request is to rezone it to I2 CD. The request is consistent with the West Side Strategic Plan, as Dave indicated. A maximum 100,000 square foot building would be allowed on the site if this rezoning request is approved. Although the request is for I2CD, the uses would be limited to uses that are allowed in I2 and in I1, except for 3 uses: contractors' offices, the outdoor storage of goods and materials in excess of 25% of the floor area of the building, warehousing. And what's really driving it is the outside storage, because the maintenance team is a commercial property maintenance operation, and they maintain the interior and exterior of commercial buildings. And when I say the exterior, that includes landscaping. So what they like to do is store trees and shrubs on the site in connection with their maintenance functions. So that was the main reason for going to the I2 CD. And as I said, it would be limited to uses in I1 and I2, except for the 3 uses I mentioned. Access to the site would be from Shopton Road. There would be a left turn lane into the site. The site would be buffered, and as Dave indicated, and we certainly appreciate the planning staff positive recommendation, and we'll address, there's one outstanding issue that we will address this week, and we appreciate your consideration, and our team is available to answer any questions.
All right. Is there, would any of your other supporters like to speak? Mr. Kreutzer?
No, ma'am, we're good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. All right, are there questions for Mr. Carmichael or Mr. Main or the staff?
Ms. Watlington?
Ms. Watlington?
Got a question for the resident, sir?
Mr. Main?
Mr. Main?
I bet he's glad he's retired and not having to sit through zoning meetings anymore.
Oh, this has been a bit of deja vu for me.
Ms. Watlington has a question for you, Mr. Main.
Mr. Main, you mentioned that, first of all, I appreciate you being on the line to speak. You mentioned you were here on behalf of Eagle Crest?
It's the Eagle Lake community directly to the north. If you look at that site plan in the corner of the, we are that little lake that you see across the top.
Awesome. You mentioned you were here on behalf of Eagle Lake. Do you have documentation to that effect? I appreciate that you come. I'm just curious as to if you could send me something to get an understanding of just how many residents feel the way you do. I think that's great. If you like it, I love it. I just want to make sure that we've got a representative sample.
Well, we have looked at this at our board meeting just in the past week or so, and the general consensus was that we are supportive of what they're proposing based on what we have seen as far as the limitations on uses that are proposed.
Perfect. If you could shoot me that, I would be appreciative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Any other questions for any of our speakers or the staff? All right, could I have a motion to close the public hearing? And a second?
Second.
All right, so now if Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes again.
Mr. Mitchell? I'm sorry, Mr. Eggleston, it's yes. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. Mr. Mitchell, yes.
All right, Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes again.
Okay. That's over 6, I think it's 7. And so is there anyone that objects to this motion, being to close the public hearing? Hearing no objection, the motion is unanimous. The next item is number 32, petition 2020-123 by Collett Properties, approximately 13 acres on the north side of Business Center Drive and Interstate 85 and Little Rock Road, Council District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential noise overlay, Lower Lake Wylie protected area, all of our initials today. And this general business airport noise overlay, Lower Lake Wylie protected area. The proposed zoning is light industrial airport overlay, Lower Lake Wylie protected area. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues of around transportation, technical revisions related to the environment, site, and building design. In this case, we have Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Hull, and Mr. Robbie. I'm assuming Mr. Carmichael will address, speak for the petition. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Carmichael. And now we have the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-23, 13.22 acres. It's on Business Center Drive, just off that interchange with South I-85. The zoning in place currently is both R3 and B2. They have airport noise overlay as well as Lower Lake Wylie protected area overlay. The proposed zoning in this case is I1CD. also with those protective overlays continue to be in place should the rezoning be approved. This is from the Northwest District Plan, which is from 1990. It does recommend retail on that portion of the site fronting Business Center Drive, which is the area in red, and then single-family residential at no more than 4 DUA on the rear portion of the site. Those recommendations reflect the current split zoning of the property, which is both B2 and R3 respectively. The proposal under this petition is for up to 175,000 square foot principal building, prohibition of uses to include things like adult establishments, automobile rental, repairs, service and sales, car washes, financial institutions, etc. Doesn't limit location of outdoor storage areas to parking envelope and building envelope, which you can see there on the site plan. There is a reservation of right-of-way along the site's western edge for a future public street that could potentially align there with Carlton Lane and Lee Street. That does commit to an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Business Center Drive, and does provide a 100-foot Class A buffer to those single-family residences on Carlton Lane, and then a 75-foot Class A buffer along with that right-of-way reservation on that western property line. And then on the eastern property line next to the existing business zoning is a 37.5 to a 56.25 foot buffer that could be reduced depending if there's a berm or fence or other types of screening that could reduce the size from that 56 down to 37.5. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have a resolution of outstanding issues needed related to transportation. There's some technical revisions related to environment and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that retail and single family up to 4 DUA recommendation found in that Northwest District Plan. However, the site is along a frontage road to I-85 and Little Rock Road at the entrance to Charlotte Douglas International Airport, where a number of airport supporting uses such as hotels as well as park and ride lots are located. The proposed site plan does include a Class A buffer, which is a minimum of 75 feet with a berm to provide transition and buffering between the proposed industrial uses and adjacent existing single-family neighborhood. And this site may not be best suited for residential uses within the airport noise overlay zoning district and within that area along Interstate 85. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. Carmichael?
Yes, ma'am. Are you all ready
Okay.
for me? Thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the petitioner, Collett Properties. With me tonight are Teddy Hull and Michael Grovey of Collett. As Dave indicated, the site contains just over 13 acres. It's located on the north side of Business Center Drive between Little Rock Road and Morris Park Drive. Business Center Drive is a frontage road to I-85. I-85 is located just south of the site, as you can see in this exhibit. These are aerial photographs of the site. The site is currently zoned a combination of R3, Airport Overlay, Lower Lake Wylie Watershed Protected Area, and B2, Airport Overlay, Lower Lake Wylie Watershed Protected Area. The retail is on the front part of the site, as you can see. The petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned from R3 to I-1CD Light Industrial to accommodate a maximum 175,000 square foot building that would be devoted to office, warehouse, distribution, and other light industrial uses and very limited outside storage. Collett is a longtime property owner and developer in Charlotte and is known for the quality of its development projects. This would be a Class A office warehouse distribution building that would be constructed on the site if the rezoning is approved. And then this is the rezoning plan. Access to the site would be from Business Center Drive. The site would be buffered. There'd be a 75-foot wide Class A buffer with a berm along the western edge of the site. Additionally, CDOT has requested and petitioners agreed to reserve right-of-way along the western side of the site for a future street that could be possibly constructed in the future by others. You have a 100-foot Class A buffer along this portion of the northern boundary. It would then be a 75-foot Class A buffer with a berm along the remaining portion of the northern boundary. And then there would be either a Class B or Class C buffer here depending on the use of the site. There would be a sidewalk and planting strip installed along the site's frontage on Business Center Drive. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval, and we'll address the outstanding site plan issues this week. We really don't think the site's suited for residential uses because of its location in the airport noise overlay district. We think this could be a good addition to the neighborhood. So we're happy to answer any questions, either myself or Mr. Roby or Mr. Hull. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner?
Ms. Watlington, and Mr. Winston,
All right, Ms. Watlington, followed by Mr. Winston.
and Ms. Johnson.
And Ms. Johnson.
I just want to note that we are within close proximity of the rezoning petition that was just approved, and also within close proximity of the other one that was just discussed. So to the residents of Westerly Hill, Pawtucket, and Toddville, I'll say it again, get out while you can, while your property value is still attractive. My question for staff is in regards to corridors of opportunity. I know that we have identified Wilkinson and Freedom as one bucket. Can you help me understand how this geography is to be interpreted? Is this particular petition sitting inside the corridor opportunity, or are we looking at addressing those in two different buckets? In which case this would not be along the corridor of opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Watlington. I don't believe this is in the current corridors of opportunity that we're looking at, but that does not mean it may not be a candidate in the future in terms of how far we go. So we'll take another look at this as we look at Freedom and Wilkinson the next. I think today we looked at Beresford Road and West Boulevard, and I believe next meeting we'll be looking at Freedom, Wilkinson, Central, and Albemarle. So this is definitely a conversation that we can have either before then or afterwards.
Ms. Watlington?
I said thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winston?
I think I'm going to echo Ms. Watlington. Obviously, there's something, we're doing something right because businesses want to move here with this industrial zoning, but we need policy that guides our decision-making process around these land use decisions. And I'd also like to say, if y'all don't know, I need to check out Miguel's Mexican and American restaurant that is there. It is one of those culinary kind of hidden gems that we have here in Charlotte.
I second that.
I've been to that one too, so maybe we shouldn't be talking about it so much, Mr. Winston. Okay.
You know, I don't know how to close my mouth. I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Okay, thank you. So earlier, Councilmember Winston used the word erosion and how do areas erode from the residential to the industrial area. And that feels like what we're doing tonight. You know, my heart breaks for Councilmember Watlington, because, you know, I think this will be the third petition in her area that is going from residential to industrial. So we know that we need jobs, and we know that we're a growing city, but I would love to sit down and we maybe develop some strategic plan to set those policies, or perhaps assist residents who are looking to move or something. If we do need to designate an area that's a platform for growing industry, then we've got to consider the residents as well. So this is something that we have to look at in order to be fair to our residents and the voters. Thank you.
All right, so the next is, do we have any other questions for the staff or the petitioner? Anyone else with their hands up? All right, so that item.
Move to close.
Motion to close, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmera?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington? Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
That's six in favor. Is there anyone that objects to closing the public hearing? If there are no objections, the motion passes unanimously. So the next petition is petition number 33. And it is for 2020-124 by Mission Properties for approximately a third acre located on the southeast side of Dunlow Street and the southwest side of Sylvania Avenue. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general industrial, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and Mr. Brown and Mr. MacArthur would like to speak as in favor of the petition, following the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-24 is 0.33 acres on Dunlow and Sylvania Avenue, just off of North Tryon Street. The current zoning, as mentioned, is I2 general industrial. The proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the North Tryon area plan, which was adopted in 2010, calls for office, retail, or residential uses for this site, with residential uses having a density of up to 22 DUA. The proposal with this petition is for up to 21 multifamily units in one building. Would have a max building height of 45 feet, access from both Sylvania and Dunlow Street. They'd be committing to providing walkways from residences to sidewalk that would be provided. Does provide a 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along all building frontages on both Sylvania and Dunlow, as well as enhanced architectural features, which include preferred building materials and limitations on blank wall expanses and variations in roof form. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the North Tryon area plan, future land use designation for residential, but it's 63 DUA, which is 21 units on that 0.33 acres. It is inconsistent with the area plan's recommendation, which only recommends up to 22 DUA. However, the petition is proposing just 21 units within one building. The multifamily development does fulfill the area plan recommendation of encouraging a mix of office, retail, and residential uses, which is a good transition between the neighborhood and commercial and industrial uses on Dunlow and North Tryon, and also commits to a building design that is not monolithic and will include various architectural features to improve the architectural design and pedestrian experience on that street. Again, staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is a conditional petition, but there are no outstanding issues at this time to work through. We'll be happy to take any questions following presentation by the petitioner.
All right, Mr. Brown and Mr. MacArthur, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Dave, thanks for the overview. For some reason, I'm not able to advance the slide. Sorry. Someone maybe make me the presenter?
Give it just a minute. We're having many technical issues this evening.
It says I'm the presenter, but I don't see the advanced slide. So if you guys are able to advance the slide, we'd be happy to have you do that for us.
Ms. Jackson, can we advance the slide?
So this happened earlier today. There's a delay that's happening. And so you may want to go ahead and begin to speak and we can catch up with you. But
sure.
Yeah.
So this, as Dave mentioned, this is a proposal on the south end of the Lockwood community. If you could see, oh, there we go. There's photos. We could advance. You can see that this is currently a vacant site, so there's not displacement going on. And what Mission Properties is proposing, as Dave mentioned, is a 21-unit development. Really, when you see the plans, you'll see the goal is that this is kind of that missing middle housing. We were before you with a lot of rezonings where we got a couple hundred apartment units, or sometimes we're here with townhomes. They're in the $500,000 price range. And so I think Mission has a pretty innovative approach to the site where they found a good infill site in a neighborhood that is, I think, looking for new housing types. And the 21-unit model that they're proposing, we think fits pretty nicely on the site. we hosted a neighborhood community meeting, which was, we had a few attendees, but I did want you to know, kind of following up on some of Ms. Watlington's questions earlier, that meeting really led to us receiving invitations to appear before 2 other community associations. Mr. Darrell Gaston invited us to appear before the North End Community Coalition. That was a well-attended meeting, so we shared this with them. And then Mr. MacArthur also appeared before the Lockwood Association. I think we received positive feedback from these groups. I think they're looking this side of a little bit of maybe something they would like to see something new developed on the site. Here we have something where no existing housing is being displaced, and the size, scale of this development, the way it fits on the street, the size of the units, there is adequate parking, I think was viewed very positively. So I'm sorry I don't have the visuals to share with you. And I guess I'll ask Jason if there's anything he'd like to add before our time runs out.
Mr. MacArthur?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, thank you for enduring a long evening. Not much else to say. We propose a 3-story building on the property. We're trying to make it as cost effective as we can without seeking any kind of grant monies or subsidies. We've done a number of these buildings around town, number in in-town neighborhoods like Wesley Heights, Dilworth, and Plaza Midwood. This would be another building that we will build. We intend to own it and operate it for the long term and to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Mr. Winston?
Mr. Winston?
Mr. Eggleston?
Mr. Eggleston?
Again, I definitely feel like a broken record tonight. This is another situation where you're dealing with residential and industrial land use swaps. This time it is the opposite. We've been talking about how important it is to preserve industrial land uses here in Charlotte, and we're losing it. So, why would we, from again a policy-based, logical perspective, go ahead and make this change? On top of that, this part of town, this area, there, as you see, there really isn't much of a buffer. So again, it doesn't. I don't really know a pragmatic way to take an approach to a land use decision like this, other than I personally like this over something else, and I don't think that's necessarily what we were elected to be doing here. So I really encourage staff, for 3 years now, that we have to do something, and I hope me and my colleagues can find a way to prod staff to get us a better method of making these very important decisions.
All right, Mr. Eggleston.
Clarify with Mr. Brown, you said you have visuals that our technology issues are causing you to be unable to show us, or?
I am just not able to advance. It's worked for all 3 of our other hearings tonight, but I don't have a clicker so I can advance them on my screen. So if staff
is not able to do that from their end?
And I know staff is trying, because I see it says I am the presenter, but
is there a way for us to take over?
So if
Ms.
it says that you're the presenter, then you need to click on the screen with your mouse.
Yeah, and
Now
that
you
has
can
worked. It has worked every time tonight, but the selection's not there. So maybe staff could just advance. Let me count. If you advance 2 more slides, you can see the site plan on an aerial, which is helpful. Oh, it's 2 more slides from where it was. So I think this aerial is effective, and I hear Mr. Winston, who always makes very interesting observations about what we're seeing about this industrial to residential. This is something we really heard from the community, where I think the residents of Lockwood are trying hard to keep that community established, to keep residents in place. And I do feel like, if you can see from this aerial what is down there now, this is certainly something they did not feel was an addition to the area. And we know there are heavier uses on Tryon, and I think they did like the idea of creating some residential to be a little bit of a buffer.
And to be clear, just to be clear, I'm not saying whether I like it or not. Really, again, this, from a policy standpoint, it doesn't necessarily make sense right now to me, but I'll think about it.
I know that the staff recommends approval of it, but I'm struggling with the area of North Tryon and carving out, it's not even on the corner, it's across the street, and look what's all around it. And, we had the same situation over on where east changes to west, and we were talking about building next door to industrial, and yet we had, I think someone referenced it today, how do you make the buffer? How do you make it work? And it just seems like this is the middle of the block and surrounded by industrial. And my biggest fear is that it's a nice building, but then after a couple of months, you hear the pollution of noise and industrial uses around you, and it's not what you expect sometimes. So I don't know, I'm not quite sure how that goes. Maybe just I'm looking at it from the site in the wrong way.
Yeah,
Okay.
To be clear, this is at the corner of Sylvania and Dunlap.
Right, I understand. Okay.
Ms. Watlington, I'm sorry.
Ms. Watlington?
My comment is not about this petition in particular. It's just in relation to what Councilmember Winston just mentioned. And as we talked about having more deeper conversations about our process and our policy as it relates to zoning, what I need is more granularity about when we talk about staff approves. For me, it feels as if staff approves is a green light to go regardless of what our residents, i.e. our bosses, would like to have. And so and I understand that obviously staff spends a lot of time with these petitions and looking across the city. That said, however, I would like to know exactly who staff is that is making these decisions, because they are clearly very consequential. And I think that it is important that if we are accountable to our people, we need to know who we need to talk to on the front end to make clear what it is that we'd like to do from a policy standpoint. So as a follow-up item, and I'm not sure if Marie is there in the room, but what I would like to understand is who is assembled as we're looking at these rezoning petitions, because I'd like to understand a little bit more about the expectation so that I can anticipate the output. Thanks.
I think Ty wants to respond to that.
Yes, thank you for the question that you asked. This is a multifunctional effort. The rezoning process does not just hinge on one staff person. Yes, the process goes through planning, but the fact is that it involves everyone from planning to housing to Department of Transportation. In some instances, and I have to say in all instances, actually, every rezoning petition is routed to different departments like CATS, Fire, CMPD, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. So even agencies that are outside of the city, including county's environmental and land use group as well. So it's not just one staff person, and even within planning, where you have one staff person who does the zoning analysis, it still has to go through the zoning manager, the division manager for that group. So it's really, and then of course, I get to see all of these things as planning director the Friday before to review all of it. If there are instances where we have conflicts with policies and regulations, they usually will elevate that to my attention, and we go with it. But I have to understand, and I'll make this general statement here, that some of what you're dealing with is something we've talked about before. Some of these area plans are old, and that's just the fact of the matter. And when they were developed, even some of the residents of that community today were not there when those plans were developed and they were shaped. And the aspirations and expectations of those who were there at that time were codified in these plans that you are struggling with today. Hence the reason why we have a comprehensive plan. I don't want to say that those plans are no longer relevant, but that the times have changed. And some of the things that inform those policies and what's allowed and what's not allowed, it's just no longer the case 20 years later, 30 years later. And it's a struggle you're going to have to deal with for the next few months, especially as we will be working on the comprehensive plan. This is where the whole negotiation takes place, unfortunately, but it's got to be negotiation that really makes sense. We're not doing anything to override community process, but at the end of the day, we still have to stick with policies. Policies are what defend you. We can't go against them as much as possible. Where they are inconsistent, we're trying to find a rationale why they may be valid today. And where they are consistent, we try to make the consistency case stronger. So you're going to deal with this over time, but the fact is that as we go through the place types mapping in the next year, some of these issues will bubble to the surface. And that's really where a lot of conversations will need to be had. You've made a lot of decisions tonight, and usually what I do after tonight is I go back and I begin to see what's approved, what's consistent, what's inconsistent. It's quite interesting. There's a pattern that emerges. And one of those patterns that emerge is the fact that we're dealing with older documents that no longer apply in times that we are. And we just have to find ways to address them. The regulations are there. They are not necessarily the policies, but the regulations that we have today were based on those policies that were also adopted over 5-10 years ago. And we're not making any drastic departure from some of those things, unless where certain trends have shown that there's something emerging in this particular area that's transitioning from residential to industrial, and we have to manage that. The fact that you said no to something today does not mean you're not going to say yes to it, in another month or so, as long as we have some rationale behind it that does not provide burden or unnecessary pressure on communities. So that's
thank you for
what I would say.
Thank you for that. But I appreciate the response, but I feel like even in your very thoughtful response, there are contradictory elements, right? So we talk about being hopeful that the comprehensive plan addresses our issues. I'm losing confidence every day in that, given that the plans that we do have here, I know that you have not gone so far as to say they're irrelevant, but I heard my Councilmember Driggs say that earlier, and it appears that when we've got plans that are older than within a year or two, and even in some cases new within the last couple of years, it appears that it's very easy to justify approving something that's inconsistent. And so that, for me, provides little protection at all, and it makes it very frustrating to even think that it's worth the effort to put a plan together. Yes, we are certainly going to have areas in the city where the plans are older. Those are places that I'm concerned about, and what I've seen to date does not make me any more confident that a comprehensive plan is going to carry any more weight than what I'm seeing today. But I appreciate your insight.
All right, do I have a motion to close this one?
Moved.
Mr. Eggleston, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. So with that, could I have Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
So we have 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this hearing being closed? Hearing no objection, the motion carries unanimously. Our next item is item 34, a petition 2020-148 by Bowman Sumner for approximately 21.9 acres located south side of Eastfield Road, outside of the city limits, adjacent to District 4. The current zoning is mixed-use innovative 1, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use innovative 2. I'm not sure if I know the difference there. So, Mr. Patine, if you address that when you go through your presentation. We do not have any speakers on this petition, and so we'll hear from the staff with a short presentation, and then there'll be questions. Mr. Patine will be available for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-48, our last petition of the evening. It's approximately just under 22 acres. It's on Eastville Road and just north of I-485 and west of Brown Road. As mentioned, this petition is MX1 currently. This may look familiar. This was a recently rezoned piece of property was actually approved back in July of 2020 to MX1. The proposal was for up to 48 townhomes and 38 single-family homes. Also, the goal of this project was to preserve the existing historic homes that were on the property. The reason for this petition this evening from MX1 to MX2, going through the process for permitting, once they got that approval back in July, MX1 has a provision where I believe it's 50% of the project or more than 50% can't be multifamily. And so that was a miss on our part when we went through the process, counting the different units with single family and multifamily townhomes, didn't catch that potential hang up when they got into permitting. So the only way to change that and to get through permitting with the same plan that was approved in July is to amend it to MX2, which allows the mix of units that they're proposing and that was approved. So essentially there's no change to what was approved back in July at all, other than changing from MX1 to MX2. It's mainly a housekeeping thing. If it was an administrative thing, we would have certainly done it that way, but changing the zoning to MX2 is the only way that we could get through the permitting process as they were proposing. So, again, there's no change from what was approved in July, only a change in zoning from that MX1 to MX2. And so staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the Prosperity Hucks plan for residential up to 6 DUA. And we'll be happy to take any questions from council. I don't know if we have any petitioner presentation, but outside of that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have anyone signed up to speak on this petition, so we will just have questions for the staff.
Mr. Eggleston and Ms. Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston and Ms. Johnson.
Sorry, that was from the last one.
That was from the last time? All right, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, just a couple questions for Dave. What's the petition number from the July petition that's already been approved?
Let me take a look real quick. I don't know it off the top of my head. Let's see. It was 2020-012.
And then I have a question for Taiwo, if I can, not about this zoning. But Taiwo, when we're going back to the area plans, and we know that you're not able to develop any interim area plans for people to rely on our information, what would you suggest for someone coming into to Charlotte that is buying a home in a particular area? How can they or their realtor plan what the future of that their area is? Because I mean, this really brings up, for folks that live in District 3 that anticipated residential, and now we've approved these 3 large industrial. How can a person avoid this? What can they rely on until the 2040 is developed?
So I'll be careful not to advise a realtor what they do with their business and where people want to live, because we definitely don't want to be in the business of doing that. However, though,
let me just add a little bit. I sold real estate for a long time, so we can only rely on information that's available. So I don't mean from a redlining perspective. I mean, where is the information or the transparency from the city of what the future of an area is?
So
can they call planning, or how would you advise someone to, if we know that the area plans are they're older or they might be obsolete, what can the public rely on from the city?
So all of that information, I'll tell you, is available on Plan's website. Every single plan that we have had, whether they were developed in 2018, like the South End Vision Plan, or they were developed in 1993, every single plan is on the city's website, on the planning department's website, for people to really get that information, whether it's the generalized land use plan, the centers, corridors, and wedges. And it does give people good information. Then, based on that, people could call in and ask us questions as to, okay, well, this area is old. Is this the trend for development? We've actually had people who will call us on behalf of their clients. And they will say, hey, my client wants to live over here, but we see this type of development going on there. What do you anticipate? And we give them to the best of our ability, but they still have to make their decision. So we've had people who have actually gone to the website, take screenshots of certain documents and email them to us to ask us specific questions about what you just said. And we, as much as possible, not to drive them in a particular part of the city, but we provide the information they give us. They ask us.
I see our attorney getting a little bit aware of this at this point, talking about what we can do to rely upon, and I think that maybe that would be something first that we should ask the attorney to give us some information about, because I don't know that there's any, I just see Tariq kind of looking like, this conversation about what can we create that you can rely upon in a changing environment. So, Tariq, do you want to comment or provide some additional information?
Sure. I'll just comment that we just have to be careful because all the plans are policy, and so they're just guidance, and they're really not something that I think, as Tyrell was saying, that we would want someone to say they can definitively rely on that will happen, because they are subject to change and they are just policy.
Well, thank you. I don't mean to the point of, I guess, a detrimental reliance. I just know that, in some cities, you can look at the development plan and be able to make informed decisions. So we know that our policies are outdated. So maybe in that training, Mayor, when you're talking to the council members, if the public and the realtors, we just need to get the information out there that, that this information is subject to change. We just need more transparency, I think, for our residents. That's some of the things that we heard from the hundreds of folks that we heard from, when they bought their home. They thought that it was a residential area based on the plan, so I just think it's fair to the residents if we can provide information somehow of what the vision for the city is sooner than later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham, are you still with us? Councilmember Graham?
I'm here.
Okay, we didn't get a chance to get your comments on when we talked about the Oakland Avenue Historic District, and I wanted to come back and if you wanted to make some comments about that.
Well, I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor, and I apologize. My technology had a hiccup during that conversation. I know that rezoning petition 2020-37 by the City of Charlotte Planning and Design was for the historic destination for Oakland Avenue, and today was the hearing, and I really applaud the neighborhood leaders. This was certainly an effort from the bottom up in terms of neighborhood leaders taking control of their neighborhood and the history, tradition, and the character of it. And so I look forward to the final vote once it comes back before council.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that this is our last meeting in the month of November. Just wanted to say to everyone that I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, being very careful about following the social rules for the virus, wearing our masks, washing our hands, making sure that we have social distancing, and having a Zoom Thanksgiving for extended family and friends. And I wish everyone to, I'm sorry.
Did we close the public hearing for 148?
Oh, did we close the public hearing? I thought I was just wishful thinking we closed the public hearing. Okay, let's close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Newton?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, that's over 6. Is there anyone that opposes closing the public hearing? If not, the motion passes unanimously. So I just wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Be safe, and what was it, Hill Street Blues, be safe out there? Something like that. I can't remember what it was, but really appreciate every one of you. It's quite a sacrifice to serve an elected office. Most people think this is just a glorious life that we have, but I want you to know that I recognize how many hours you all spend and what you have to do for these very difficult decisions. And when we do it with grace and we do it with wisdom and knowledge, we do the very best we can. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor?
Yes?
Mayor?
Who is?
Can I make one request, please?
That's Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell, what's your request?
Taiwo, just as information, but can you give us an inventory of our district plans? I think there was a whole lot of conversation this evening around district plans, and I think it'd be helpful to all of us. We did something like this about 10 years ago, just to see where we are, which one, last time it was approved. I think this will help council, particularly maybe not for December, but definitely January as we get ready for the retreat. How to prioritize where's our growth in our city, and what plans are outdated that we need to address immediately. So can you provide an inventory of our district plans?
That'd be great. I think it would be as soon as we can to get some kind of meeting that kind of walks through. People like James and I take a lot for granted because have been around for a long time, and we shouldn't do that. So I think that's a great suggestion, but I think it's time for us to kind of have an idea around, conventional, conditional zonings, all of these classifications. There's so much, it's so much to run a city this size, and we keep saying policy, but so much of what we do is by law and that's already on the books, and so we need to make sure that we understand all of that. So hopefully, I heard today, I was in a board meeting, and the new virus by Moderna is supposedly requires only like refrigerator in like your kitchen refrigerator, -4 degrees Celsius or something like that. I don't know very much about that, but I was told it was like the refrigerator. So we've got some good news coming, and I just can't imagine waiting much longer for it. I think we all need a break from, as they call it, COVID fatigue. So thank you, everyone. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second. Now we have 6 votes already to approve for that. So thank you, everybody. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Good night.
Happy Thanksgiving.